Ursula, are you the clerk tonight?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Well, we have a quorum, so as soon as the clock hits 5 o'clock, we'll begin if you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, I've got 5 o'clock. Welcome everyone to the open session to hear public comment before closed session. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
Vice Mayor Martinez, Vice Mayor Martinez, and Mayor Butt.
Here. Would you read the agenda items for the closed session, please?
Yes, the following items will be discussed during closed session. Public employee performance evaluation, city clerk, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Bashar Seydan versus City of Richmond et al., Randy Oliver versus City of Richmond et al., Ricardo Hernandez versus Hodges, City of Richmond versus Thomas K. Butt, conference with real property negotiator, property, Terminal 1, agency negotiators, Shasta Curl and Lena Velasco, negotiating parties, Terminal 1 Development, LLC, under negotiation, price and terms of payment. Public employee appointment, title, Community Police Review Commission Investigative Officer, and conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives, Jack Hughes, employee organization, Richmond Police Officers Association, RPOA.
Do we have public speakers?
No, we do not.
Okay, well, in that case, we are adjourned to closed session.
Hey, Ursula. Hey, Ursula,
Yes, hi, Councilmember Bates.
would you list me on the open forum
Okay,
at the end? Thank you.
sure will.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, bye.
Is Shalice there? This is Richard from KCRT. Shalice?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, how you doing?
Good.
Are you going to be sharing the PowerPoint?
Yes,
You want to test it to make sure we're on the full screen?
sure. Sorry, I didn't have it open yet.
No.
Is it showing?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, I'm here. I don't know if somebody can hear me. This is Reina, the interpreter, just to
Hi,
let you
Reina.
guys know. Hi. So should I connect at 6:45?
Yeah, no problem. I'll look for
Okay.
your name.
Sure. So that somebody can later, I guess, transfer me as interpreter.
That'll be me.
Thank you.
Okay, no problem.
See you later.
Okay.
Hey, Richard, this is Samantha.
Hello.
Hi, I wanted to see if Claudia could test her screen real quick.
Sure.
Hi, good afternoon. Claudia with PTE.
You can share anytime you want.
Okay. Is that working?
Yes.
We don't see a full screen. We see information on the left and right, the different slides. And there we go.
All right. All right. That's working. Perfect.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Richard from KCRT Television. I am trying to bring in Cleve and Roxanne Cruz and Mobeen. Look for a panelist request on your screen. Hello, Cleve Langston. We can't hear you.
Is that Thomas?
No, this is Richard from KCRT Television.
Oh,
I'm
I see.
hosting the Zoom. So yeah, you can turn off your camera when it's time for your item. You can turn your camera on and unmute yourself.
Great.
Hey, KCRT.
Yes.
I was just curious, in case we get to my item tonight, do y'all have the presentation to queue up or do you need me to send it to you?
We have it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll run it for you if you call for it.
All right, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, are you ready to go, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Okay. Welcome everyone to the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Here.
and Mayor Butt.
Here. Would you play the public comment instructional video, please?
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Urgency Measure Assembly Bill 361, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and kcrt.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom en conformidad con las provisiones de la medida de urgencia del gobernador de la Ley de la Asamblea 361, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar *9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la secretaria municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
Next item is statement of conflict of interest. Does anyone have a conflict? Don't see any. Next item is agenda review. Are there any changes to the agenda?
Mr. Mayor, I would like to put on an emergency item on tonight's agenda to discuss what is happening at Chevron Refinery with the experienced workers on strike. And I want to hear from the workers what are the risks to the community health and safety associated with the workers not operating the facility.
Well, you know, there are requirements to put an urgency item on the agenda. Mr. City Attorney, do you want to review those, please?
Yes, to add an item to the agenda, you need to determine that the need to take action on the item arose subsequent to the posting of the agenda. And you basically have to have a 4/5 vote to making that determination.
So Councilmember Jimenez, what is the action that you're asking the city council to take?
I think it's just to get to hear the workers about the risk associated with this and allow the community to know.
I don't think that's an appropriate item for an urgency item. So,
well, it's an emergency item because we are having some risk associated with the workers not being able to operate the facility safely.
Yeah, but you're not asking for the city council to take any action. So
I am asking for the city to take the action of hearing what are the risks associated with that.
That's not an action. Well, I'm gonna rule it out of order. So let's.
So, Mr. Mayor,
go ahead.
I move that we overturn the mayor's ruling here. And well, first, I guess that's the first thing. I move that we overturn and that we actually have a vote to hear an emergency item. And I'm happy to expand on that.
Okay, is there a second?
I second.
Okay, so
I'd like to make a substitute motion that we provide all of the workers an opportunity to speak on the open forum to express their positions and concerns rather than an emergency item that I think will take up significant more time. What I think the council people, Council Member Amanda, Claudia wants is the staff to have an opportunity to speak. And I think it'd be appropriate to do it on an open forum.
Well, they
That's
have
my
that.
sub-
Yeah, they have that opportunity anyway. So,
Well, I'm just saying, just to clarify, I substitute motion to that effect.
okay, so the motion is to overturn my ruling and allow the council to take a vote on an urgency item. So let's vote on that. And that takes 5 votes.
Councilmember Bates,
No, I abstain. I'm not voting. I think they can do it on an open forum.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes, because we need to give the public and the workers an opportunity to express here.
Councilmember Johnson,
I'm interested to hear what the workers have to say, so I'll support it out of that.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes, I think depending on what we hear, we might need to take further action.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bates abstaining and Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, so now we have to have a motion to put this on the agenda. So we need to know we need a motion on that, and we need to know what the item is.
I move that we have this emergency item and get to hear about the risk that not having experienced workers in the facility could be for our community.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that, but as a point of order, Mr. Mayor, why, if we were just overturning your ruling, why did you say the last vote needed 5 votes? We actually only needed 4, if now is the actual motion, but
Well,
it doesn't matter.
I think it takes 5 votes to,
Overturn? No, it
Well-
takes 4.
okay, well, if that's true, I stand corrected. But anyway, we have a motion now to place it on the agenda. And a second. Who was the second?
Me,
Okay, all right, let's take a vote.
Councilmember Bates,
What is this, to hear it in open session?
to add it to the agenda, to add the emergency item to the agenda.
Well, it's already passed, so, okay, yes, I'll vote yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes,
and Mayor Butt.
Okay, I'll vote no, and I'm going to place it on the end of the agenda.
Okay, the motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, moving on, is that the only change in the agenda item?
I would like to propose that we move this item to be here after the redistricting hearing, the public hearing.
I second that motion.
After what?
The
After the
redistricting.
public hearing.
After which item are you talking about?
The one that we just voted to put on the
Uh,
agenda.
Mr. Mayor, she's
Yeah.
talking about putting it after 01, after the redistrict public hearing,
Yeah.
before the budget session.
Okay, all right, let's vote on that.
Councilmember Bates,
Oh, yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes,
and Mayor Butt.
Oh.
Motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, next item is a report from the city attorney on final decisions made during closed session.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, on your closed session agenda, the public employee performance evaluation item on the position of city clerk. was not conducted and was deferred to the next meeting. With regards to the risk management litigation items that are listed, the Zayden versus City of Richmond matter, the decision there was to authorize settlement negotiations concerning that. With regards to the Oliver matter that's listed, that was deferred. With regards to the Hernandez matter that is listed, the decision was to, it was a 4-3 decision to seek to modify or amend the, reduce the verdict in that matter. With regards to the Butt matter, that was not discussed. With regards to the Terminal 1 matter, the council heard a report concerning real property negotiations and deferred any action until after the public item that is occurring tonight on tonight's agenda. With regards to the public employee appointment matter concerning the investigator for the Police Review Commission, that was not discussed. And with regards to the labor negotiations item that's listed as C5, that also was not discussed. We ran out of time to discuss those last two items. So that's the public report.
Okay, thank you. The next item is report from the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor Butt and members of the City Council. We are continuing our community budget meetings. We would like to encourage members of the Richmond community to participate on March 24th at 5:30 or March 31st at 5:30 in our community budget meetings hosted by our finance department. Please come learn more about the city's budget process, obtain an overview on the city's finances, and learn more about the American Rescue Plan. If you have any questions, feel free to call 510-620-6512. Again, 510-620-6512. Also, Clean Slate Day is going to take place on April 8th. This is an event hosted by the Reentry Success Center at 912 McDonald Avenue. It's limited to matters pertaining to Contra Costa County. It's an opportunity for people to work towards having things expunged, which can be very helpful when you're trying to seek employment or obtain a driver's license and other things like that. For information, please call 510-679-2122. Again, 510-679-2122. And this will take place on Friday, April 8th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Reentry Success Center on McDonald Avenue. Thank you. Mayor Butt, do you want Chief Torona to start his presentation, or do you want to hold and?
No, we're gonna, the next item is crime report from the police chief.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Mayor Butt and members of the City Council. My name is Louis Torona. I'm the acting chief of police. This crime report covers a time period from the last time I presented, which is from February 22nd to the present. We had one homicide during that time period, total of 21 robberies. The good news is overall, violent crime has reduced by 43% from the previous 4-week period. Regarding property crimes, there was an overall reduction of 19%, 45 total burglaries and 29 vehicle burglaries. But again, significant reduction of 19%. Total calls for service totaled 6,120. And I just want to thank the members of the Richmond Police Department, other city departments, and most especially the community for helping in the reduction of these crime rates. And then on a more current topic, the Richmond Police Department, as well as other city departments, have been in communication with the Chevron situation. And I know that will be a topic later, but I want to inform everybody that we have been in contact with both labor and management to ensure the safety of all of those involved in this labor action, as well as the protection of all individual liberties and rights. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Okay, if the public has any comments on either the city manager's report or the police chief's report, they can do it during open forum.
Mr. Mayor, could I ask the chief a question? What do you attribute the significant reduction both in serious crimes as well as misdemeanor crimes?
Well, that's a very complicated matter. I'm sure that still in this COVID-19 situation that we find ourselves in, that has an effect. I believe that the community, we have had a lot of cooperation and collaboration with community members when they observe and get involved within their own neighborhoods. We've been continuing our investment in the neighborhood councils and in communications. I do believe that the city of Richmond is composed of a great community who does look out for each other. And obviously we encourage that type of collaboration constantly and moving forward.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item is open forum for public comment.
Mayor, at this time, we should go to the public hearing, which is noticed for 7 p.m.
I thought the next item on my agenda says open forum for public comment.
Mayor, but it's the redistricting item is what Ursula is referring to. I think she's prepared to, with James, to introduce that. We have, right, Ursula?
Yes, correct. Item 01. It's
my agenda says item N, open forum for public comment.
Right, but it's noticed to begin at 7 p.m.
The redistricting items have been taking place at exactly.
Oh, it has a time. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, all right. So we'll go to do that. Yeah.
Okay, so the item is pursuant to public notice. It's time to hold a 5th public hearing to receive public input on draft maps of voting district boundaries as part of the city's redistricting process, and select a map to establish district boundaries and determine election sequence. This evening, we have available James Atencio from the City Attorney's Office, Reina Ortiz-Turiel, who will provide Spanish translation, and Shalise Tilton, Senior Consultant from National Demographics Corporation, who will give a presentation and guide us through the redistricting process. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Shalise.
Thank you, Mayor Butt and council members. I'm going to go ahead and go very quickly through the PowerPoint. This is the 5th time you've seen it. I'm just going to orient you and the public to what's available. And then if there are any questions to go back to a screen, we can certainly do so. Can everyone see the PowerPoint? Yes? Okay. This is our 5th public hearing. As required by law, we were required to hold 4 public hearings. This is an extra public hearing. At the last hearing, the City Council requested more time to give opportunity for others to submit maps because we did get some late maps that were considered on February 1st that were received after a deadline. A new deadline was established of February 18th, and we scheduled this public hearing tonight for adoption. We were able to hold a public workshop on February 8th. We did get good public participation and good discussion during that hearing, but it was mostly just becoming familiar with the process and the maps, the draft maps themselves. There were no new maps generated either from our request for map modifications or from that public workshop. Again, we must have equal population and we must follow the California laws in the prioritized criteria listed here. And we can consider other principles after we've met the mandated criteria. When we look at the city's current demographic summary, we cannot adopt the existing map because we are out of population balance. We have District 5 experienced proportionately more growth than the other districts, and District 4 is proportionately less growth. So we are actually 14% deviation between the smallest and the largest districts, and we want that number to be under 10. Tonight, we'll be looking at 9 different maps. The maps that are in the dark pink on your screen are do not meet either the population balance or the proper deviation. So the dark pink ones we cannot consider tonight. The light pink ones, 104 and 105, are just slightly out of population balance or slightly not contiguous. If the council liked those maps, we could make changes to those maps and correct them. So those are still on the table if the council likes those particular maps. This particular screen is important, so I'm going to take a few more minutes on it. Of course, the deviation, we need to see it under 10. As long as it's under 10, we're fine. We don't have any concerns if it's a higher number or a lower number. As long as we're under 10, the map is okay to adopt. When we look at the maximum citizen voting age population for Latino or Hispanic, those terms are interchangeable. We know that we are able to draw a district where we can have a majority Latino or Hispanic citizen voting age population district. Because the city has not had a strong history of easily electing Hispanics or Latinos, or actually Hispanic or Latino group electing their candidates of choice, we want to make sure that the council pay attention to maps that have districts that reach a majority. The 106B that's being presented tonight does not have a 50% Latino citizen voting age population. If the council absolutely loved that map, we would recommend you go into closed session and discuss the legal risk of adopting that particular map. I'm skipping over to the maximum citizen voting age population for non-Hispanic Black protected group. And for that, we are not as concerned about getting the 50% because the city has had a very strong history of the Black voters being able to elect candidates of their choice. So that is not as strong of a concern for us as the Latino or Hispanic district. Talking about population deferred, these are the voters that we're expecting to vote in 2022. And depending on which map is adopted, those voters would not be able to vote in 2024. The effect of that is, in some cases, it will have been 6 years since folks would be able to vote for a council member. So when you're seeing this third from the end column, this population deferred to 2024, those are total people who will be moved to a district where they were under the existing plan in a 2022 district, then they would be moved to a 2024 district. And then the next column over is actually counting the voters as opposed to the total people. The last column, when we talk about pairing, that refers to the number of council members that will be, according to that map, be in the same district. So the way you would read that if you were looking at map 102C, that particular map in its District 5, there are 3 council members who whose physical addresses would be in that District 5. And 102E, for example, districts in District 4, there are 2 council members, and in District 5, there are 3 council members. So that is the way that you read that particular chart. Do you want to acknowledge we had these are maps you cannot adopt because they're not population ballots or contiguous. We want to thank those who submitted it, but we cannot adopt these in their present form. We do have 9 maps that the city council could consider and adopt. We would need to make some tweaks, as I mentioned, to 104 and 105. These maps you can view in detail at the interactive review map. It's available through the website. If you search Richmond CA and 2020 redistricting, it will get you there, or you can use this link. And then each of the maps I have available to bring up, showing the total deviation, the amount of council members that are impaired in each of the districts, and the total population that would be deferred in each particular map. We have 9 of those. Excuse me, sorry for jumping around on you in this. Also available on the website are each of the maps with a full demographic summary. That demographic summary gives additional information in addition to the citizen voting age population. It gives items such as household income, language spoken at home, multifamily or single family, education level, and also some voter turnout information. And that is available on the website under the draft maps. When we talk about sequencing, the sequencing will remain the same as it is. Districts 2, 3, and 4 will be up in 2022. Districts 1, 5, and 6 in 2024. So after the council identifies a map, we will look closely at that map and see if the numbering is how the council prefers. So for example, the council could switch around the numbering. I'm not sure that I haven't heard discussion or a push to do so, but that is an option. I want to make sure that the council is aware of that. And Mr. Mayor, that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions now or after the public hearing or both. And then, of course, we're wanting to hear from the City Council on which map you prefer for adoption and any revisions to the district number assignments. After a map is selected, then at your next meeting, you'll have a resolution or introduction of ordinance to adopt the map.
Okay, we'll start by taking questions from council members. Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Yes, I was curious. I know it's too late to consider, but I was curious as to why information wasn't given on the maps that were not balanced, because I thought maybe if they're not balanced, is there some way that the borders could have been moved to balance them?
Are you talking about the demographic summaries?
Yeah, I'm talking about the maps that were not balanced.
Yes, the maps were drawn. The demographic summary is skewed when the map's out of population balance. When you're looking at those percentages, it's entirely skewed because the districts are not population balanced. So it's misleading to prepare demographic summaries when they're not far out of balance.
But so they were so imbalanced that borders couldn't be moved to balance them?
There could be some changes. I can share that screen and show you. Many of them are not population balanced. We're also non-contiguous as well.
Yeah, and 105.
So they would require significant changes.
Okay, so 10B or 105 said it was not contiguous. Can you explain that to me? Because I didn't see any areas that were not next to each other.
Certainly.
Any other questions from council members? I don't see any, so we will.
Yeah, so what's not?
Well, the next is the public hearing.
No. Well, what's not contiguous on this map?
I'm going to have to bring it up on a different screen. It's my recollection that it was in the area of between 1 and 5. I need to bring it up because it shows in great detail. As I said, it's slight, so it could be adjusted. So it's not showing on this screen.
Okay, well, on the maps that I saw, it looked contiguous, and I was just.
Right, that's why I did keep the map in the running because it's easily fixed.
Okay, so I guess there wasn't enough population interest in the map to fix it.
Yes, and we typically don't fix a submitter's map unless there's direction by council to do so. And with this particular map, it's my recollection the fix is so easy. If there's interest in that, I can bring that up and bring up my sophisticated software and show you where that fix is.
Yeah, well,
I wouldn't,
it's too late to consider. So it's just I don't think there's a need to discuss it. I was just curious.
yeah, and it could still be considered. Will not affect the demographics for this map.
Okay, any other questions from council members? Okay, I will now open the public hearing. And Madam Clerk, you can call on public speakers.
Okay, the first group of speakers will be Mark Wasberg, Lisa Johnson, Oscar Garcia, Michael Glickson, and Eunice. Mark Wasberg, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
You hear me?
Yes.
All right. Now this election is going to be rigged up so the Latino community could have the benefit of getting into office. They'll have more votes than the whites, the blacks, the Asians, and all the other races. This is where you got it rigged up, because that fat Latino woman came in front of the city council when it all first started, says in her lawyer, we want more Mexicans on the city council. We have to have more Mexicans on the city council. Go back and look at the video. First video. It's all about race. And I'll guarantee you, if you have an all Latino community, Latino city council, there's going to be a race riot in here. Because I'm going to tell you something about the Latino community. They went in front of the city council and said they had the right to drive illegally. They had the right to have fraudulent ID cards. They told the police not to enforce the law because they wanted to be criminals. I got it all on tape. I got proof, and I'll prove it. This whole district election is all a bunch of crap. And McLaughlin, she tried to slide a map, sneak a map for her benefit and the RPA benefit without having a public hearing. And the lawyer goes, no, you have to have a hearing. This is how screwed up this whole thing is. Because it's all rigged up, man. It's all rigged up for the Latino community to have the majority of the vote. And this other stuff that's going on. Well, if we don't have enough population in this one district, you're not gonna vote. That's a bunch of bullshit. Every American citizen has the right to vote during that time. And what you're doing is you're saying that they cannot vote because there's not enough people in that district. And we know for a fact that city council is trying to rig up the election so they can have these people pour into the city and give their fraudulent IDs so they could go ahead and benefit the RPA. This is why they moved Jimenez into a district. Well, now she's in a district where she's not going to get no votes, for what I could understand. You see how you got this all rigged up? It's just one fucking mess by some fat Latino lady and her lawyer that came in front of the city council and started all this crap. And now look what's going to happen. It's going to be a disaster. Sooner or later, you're going to have to make a decision. Every American has a right to vote. And any good lawyer will have a field day with this in the federal court. It's a bunch of bullshit.
Your time has expired. The next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Don't we get 3 minutes?
Yes, 3. Just a second.
What are we waiting on?
The timer. Just a second.
Okay.
Okay, Lisa, you can go ahead and start.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Lisa Johnson, and I've been a Richmond resident for nearly 22 years. I'm proud to say that I have actively participated in this district mapping process since it began in 2019. Tonight, I'm speaking in full support of map 102C. It ensures 2 Voting Rights Act compliant districts that are Latino majority and Black majority. It is the only socially just map that is before you tonight. Importantly, maps 201 and 202 fail to meet many of the key objectives which you will hear over and over tonight. They only have one Voting Rights Act compliant majority district, and it should not be NDC who is deciding what is going on in the city. She is not a Black community member, and we should not be disenfranchising our Black community, which is what she just recommended. At the first public hearing on July 6th, Councilmember Willis said, and I quote, "One of the more controversial decisions that I remember we made when it came to choosing our original map, but it was the merger of a district with Point Richmond, North Richmond, and Hilltop. I didn't get positive feedback about that at all. So I'm wondering where we are on talking about how communities relate with each other based on scenery, proximity, and demographic, and how do we correct that? You asked how we remedied that. Map 102C remedies that. Hilltop has been reunited. Shields Reed and Parchester Village remain together, and importantly, leaders from both of those neighborhoods support map 102C. They do not support maps 201 or 202. Lastly, on January 14th, 2020, when the City Council approved switching from at-large districts to district elections and the current map, there was a motion made that evening by Councilmember Willis, seconded by Councilmember Martinez, to introduce and adopt an urgency ordinance, and they directed staff to place an item on a future City Council meeting agenda to establish an independent voting districts committee by the unanimous vote of the City Council. It was the only unanimous vote that night. The map that was chosen and the sequence that was chosen was not by unanimous decision. The independent committee was unanimous. Then on May 18th of 2021, a year and a half later almost, the city clerk came before you, and I quote, she said, "It would be a huge challenge to select and train a committee to redistrict the city in such an extremely short amount of time. So therefore, staff recommends to not establish a redistricting committee at this time and to allow NDC to assist the city in leading this process. They have the expertise for dealing with our complexity and technical details. What has now resulted, and you guys voted to accept that and allow NDC to drive this process a full 11 months before a final map had to be adopted, which is ridiculous because you have had independent city meetings for 2 years now in light of COVID. You've conducted business just fine. And yet you're turning this process over to an outside organization who is dismissing the community's input and asking you to vote for map 102C. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Oscar Garcia. Oscar, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Oscar Garcia, born and raised in the Iron Triangle, currently live in the neighborhood. I was one of the many members of a neighborhood council, specifically the Iron Triangle Neighborhood Council, who participated in the creation of map 102C. And it included over time, over a dozen different neighborhood councils across the city of Richmond, predominantly the neighborhoods of color that are in the south, central, and northern part of the city. This was a true community-led effort. And it included perspective not only of those who were directly involved with putting the map together, but it also included or adjusted for concerns expressed by folks, especially in Richmond Heights. So when describing or choosing a map that is truly community-led and truly has a community or has the community's input, it's really tough for anyone to choose but map 102C. That's the fact. And some have expressed concerns with the delay of some voters in mainly District 3 and District 2. And the numbers have shown that most of those voters who will be deferred are mainly white voters in Point Richmond and not minority voters as has been expressed in the past. I, in fact, am one of those voters in District 3 that are impacted by the deferred voting numbers, and I have no issue with that because I prefer to be electing and voting within districts that represent my community and my neighbors more correctly than just waiting an extra 2 years to be able to vote. So bottom line is the community has listened. It took a lot of input and put together map 102C. That's the map the community has put together. And if you choose to ignore that, you're choosing to ignore the community. There's no way around that. So please vote for map 102C. That's what the community has put together. That's what the community is asking you to put together. And I look forward to seeing the passage of map 102C. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michael Glickson. Michael, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you very much. My name is Michael Glickson. I live in Richmond. I'll be very brief. I'm speaking to support map 201 so that no voters have to wait 4 years or possibly 6 to vote for a city council member. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Eunice, and the next speakers after that will be Jan Mignoni, Helen Barnett, Susan Worley, Doe Tunis, and Debbie McIntyre. Eunice, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Eunice, if you could please unmute yourself.
Hi. Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Eunice, and I am a longtime resident of Richmond, and I'm calling tonight to support map 102C. I grew up in the Hilltop area where my parents still reside in my childhood home. It boggles my mind that any part of Hilltop would be included in a district with Point Richmond, as it is in both the current map as well as maps 201 and 202. And the brief glance I saw tonight discussing map 105 looks like it also puts Hilltop in with Point Richmond as well. Maps 201 and 202 are eerily similar to me to the existing map, which is out of date. Map 102C, on the other hand, was drawn by neighborhood councils from across the city of Richmond in response to their neighborhoods being disenfranchised under the existing map. And it reunites all the neighborhoods but 2, one being the Iron Triangle and the other North and East, which can never be totally united as its population is just too big. While maps 201 and 202 create one majority Hispanic voter district and one near majority Black voter district, map 102C is the only one that creates one majority Hispanic voter district and one majority Black voter district, and it is clearly the more justifiable and socially equitable map. Additionally, while we were informed that 6,000 plus voters would be deferred in the 2022 election, I emailed and clarified with National Demographics Corporation via the city clerk's office that the 6,000 deferred voters are registered voters and not voters that actually voted. In past elections, 50 to 70% of the registered voters voted, with 50% being the percentage in the last midterm. That would bring the number of estimated voters deferred in 2022 to 3,000, not 6,000, for just one election, which is much less egregious than continuing to disenfranchise voters for an additional 10 years with an unfair map. 102C was drawn by the people, for the people, and I believe in my heart that map 102C is the best map to represent all of Richmond. If you pick 201 or 202, I believe you are doing so purely for political reasons, and I really hope that you consider what's best for the community of Richmond. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jan Mignoni. Jan, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. As you know, I've been very vocal about map 102C as I worked with all of the neighborhood councils that wanted to bring it together. One of the biggest parts of it was we worked very hard to keep our commercial corridors together as best we could. San Pablo is broken up between two neighborhoods or two districts, but at least it is together. The same with 23rd Street, Cutting, McDonald, all of them. We worked very hard to make sure that these work together. The other thing we worked very hard on is to keep neighborhoods together. It's awfully hard to be talking about what's going on in the city when the person who lives down the street from you lives in a different district than you do. They have a totally different look at what's going on. But the biggest thing that I believe that we did was we worked on the voter rights districts. We made sure that we had two districts, not one, that were that covered both the African American and the Hispanics. They both have their own district. This is the things that we need to do because these are the minorities in Richmond, but a majority of minorities is better than having it 3 white districts. That makes no sense to me when whites are not the majority in this city. You have to really think about what is the most important thing to do here. Is it what works best so that a few people maybe don't vote? Or do they even vote in the first place? They might be registered to vote, but that doesn't mean they vote. We all know Richmond voter turnout is very low. So unless you can find a way to really get people energized and want to vote, map 102C makes the most sense. It gives the African Americans their own district. It gives the Hispanics their own district, and it gives total districts. And then it, whatever's left over, the whites get. I mean, whatever goes on. But I really think that you need to look at this and to pay attention to this because it's very important. It's not just for this year. This is for 10 years. For the next, we have our next journal. And 201 and 202 do not do that. They only represent the Hispanics. And Richmond has always been an African-American city, and we need to respect that and to follow in that. So I really ask that you think really hard before you make any suggestions and you make any deliverances on what maps you want. But I really do believe that map 102C is the right one for the city of Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Helen Barnett. Helen, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Helen Barnett. Okay, I will come back to Helen. The next speaker is Susan Worley. Susan, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor Butt and council members. My name is Susan Worley. I've lived in Richmond for over 33 years. I live in North and East or Richmond View, whatever it's called. I want to say that my neighbors, my husband and I would like to have map 201 or 202 considered. We would like to keep our district together. We believe it's in compliance with the state guidelines to have a contiguous community that is connected, and we're connected along San Pablo Avenue. We'd like to keep our council together because we work on a lot of issues and we work well together. And it seems like a fair thing to us to keep the community the way we have it right now. Maps 201 and 202 would do that. Otherwise, we would be connecting with people who are way over the hill. And I haven't even been to their neighborhood, but I certainly have lots of friends that are right across San Pablo Avenue from me. So I would like to have maps 201 or 202 considered. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Debbie Mcintyre. Debbie, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Deborah McIntyre, and I am a resident of the city of Richmond, and specifically, I am in Park Plaza. Tonight, I recommend to the city council that you select redistricting draft map 102C. Even though, well, let me see, map 102C meets the standard on population balance and all the redistricting rules and goals that have been set out since this started. I find it interesting tonight that NDC and Councilmember Martinez were attempting to adjust the maps yet again, but clearly 102C requires no tweaking. And therefore, this is the obvious choice for the city as far as what's been accomplished in all these hearings and meetings and what have you. Therefore, again, I urge you to select map 102C. And I hope you're listening to your constituents and not to what's best for you individually. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, I'll go back to Helen Barnett, and the following group of speakers after that will be Nick Despota, Garland Ellis, Diane Richwine, Sean Dunning, and Rev. Andre Shumake. Helen Barnett, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. No, mine is pretty simple. I think that we should, or the council should vote for 102C. It was put together by the neighborhood councils and they reflect the communities and they're not political. So I think in the big scheme of things, that's more important than anything. And I don't know if this body can be a political, even though they are politicians by label. So again, I'm for 102C because it reflects the balance of the city of Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Nick Despota. Nick, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Nick Despota. I've been a Richmond resident for over 40 years, and I'm urging you to support map 201 or 202. And here's why. The National League of Cities states that a benefit of district elections is that district council members are more attuned to the unique problems of their constituents, such as crime levels and real estate development and so on. And the local government redistricting toolkit advises that district boundaries represent, quote, communities of interest, end quote. And those are those that have shared interest in schools, housing, community safety, transit, land use, you know the list. So let's look at that, one of those factors, community safety. For people in East Richmond and North and East neighborhoods, community safety predominantly means police protection and enforcement of traffic laws and so on. For residents in communities clustered around San Pablo Dam Road, community safety, especially in recent years, focuses strongly on the threat of wildfires. The redistricting tool goes on to describe communities of interest as those characterized by, and I'm quoting, racial and ethnic compositions, cultural identities, and households that predominantly speak a language other than English, and similar socioeconomic status, including but not limited to income, home ownership, and education levels. So I live in East Richmond. I have friends in the North and East and in Carriage Hills and in Elsa Bronte. And it's obvious to me, as it must be to all of you, that map 201 or 202, keeping Richmond, East Richmond, and North and East neighborhoods together, combine real communities of interest. They combine real communities of interest. Whereas maps 102, combining us with the San Pablo Dam Road communities, do not. What's more, the gerrymandered quality of maps 102, C, D, and E, with its one street connecting link, make a joke out of the contiguity criterion. So I urge you to adopt map 201 or 202, keeping East Richmond and the North and East neighborhoods part of one district. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Garland Ellis. Garland, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, my name is Garland Ellis. I've lived in the Richmond Annex area for more than 60 years, and I'm presently the president of the Richmond Annex Neighborhood Council. In looking through the maps, I see that map 203 would divide my area in two. In other words, the Richmond Annex would not become served by one council member, but by two. This is something that every city council or neighborhood council, excuse me, in the area has been opposed to. And therefore, I would have to state specifically that we would be opposed to map 203. Also, it looks like it is a very big example of gerrymandering in that it's hard to tell where the street divides the two districts, but it makes it possible for a present city council person to now switch to a different district. If that is true, then the question would be, is it ethical for that city council person to even vote on such a district, as it would allow them to continue to work in the present job that they have? Not to mention that not only is it unethical, but also it probably is illegal. We have to look at why people are choosing maps 202, 203. To a degree, it is gerrymandering. People are wanting to hopefully keep their present political presence in the city without having to alter it. Even though throughout the entire state of California, we've seen that through redistricting from Congress level all the way down, many districts have been altered. And the people who run for those offices are not complaining about it. They're readjusting to the districts that they now can serve. Some of them are moving, some of them are staying. But in Richmond, we try to keep all the city council people accommodated by making districts for them, instead of making districts for the people to serve the people, which is actually what the city council people are supposed to be doing, serving the people. And that should be irregardless of the boundaries of the district that they serve. I would yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Diane Richwine. Diane, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
My name is David Swanson. I'm Diane Richwine's husband. I'm using her computer. May I speak?
Yes.
Okay, I'm definitely opposed to, I'm projected to use and approve map 201. It makes sense to keep our East Richmond area where we have lived for 34 years intact. We're of great solid communication with our neighbors, and it's a solid community connected to the city. We've been doing emergency research and emergency management work for the last 25 years here directly with the city of Richmond. And there's no connection for us to be connected to Elsa Bronte, which is District 4. We separate our streets and connect with the District 4 representatives. We won't be able to represent our neighborhood as we did before. We're very organized here. There's no connection geographically, or there's no contiguous connections between Elsa Bronte. It's miles from here, and we have no similarities with the corridor, the commercial corridor. The other maps have a much better connection in North Richmond, and Elsa Bronte butts up against other cities, and they share streets, and they are connected. We're dismissing the community input if you're not looking at the whole map. Who do these maps? There's many streets left out of the East Richmond area, and there's a huge valley and two mountains between San Pablo, the corridor, which is Elsa Bronte, and the city of the District 6, which is East Richmond. We don't share businesses, we don't share streets, we don't share connection, and it's unlikely that we could ever have much cooperation either way between it. We have similar desires and we have similar needs. So I vote for map 201 to save the East Richmond area. When it comes, I'm surprised at all the racism I've heard tonight. It was just mind blowing. I've lived here for 34 years and I've never experienced this before. I know we're a minority white members of our district, but we have a complete racially mixed district, and why we would want to break that up and separate it and change things and lose our constituents, lose our voters to another district that has nothing in common with this. So I approve map 201, and I'd hope the council would listen to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sean Dunning. Sean, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, good evening, council. You know, frankly, if we had leaders who looked out for everyone, these borders would be irrelevant in the first place. It's not like they actually divide neighborhoods. It's just purely for voting. But here we are, and we've all heard that none of the proposed maps are perfect. There are pros and cons all around. So the question is, what should an elected leader do in such a case? Listen to the people or just your political friends? In hindsight, there should have been a genuine collaborative process involving all stakeholders at the same table. Had that been the case, perhaps we wouldn't be here talking about the RPA map versus the Richmond Neighborhood Council map. We would merely be here to confirm a map that had been co-created by all stakeholders. I recognize that it seems laughable to some to imagine the RNCC and the RPA at the same table, but seriously, isn't that what we should be doing if we genuinely care about all of Richmond? But here we are, it's time to vote. So I ask our democratically elected council members, where does your moral compass point to at this moment? Are you thinking about what your close supporters and political friends want you to do? Or are you thinking about the greater population whom you were elected to represent, regardless of which district you're in? Though the choice before us presents a dilemma, there should be no hesitation to vote according to the option generated by the most diverse group of stakeholders that worked on this. If you genuinely support and respect diversity and Richmond for all, then the choice is clear. Please vote for 102C. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Rev. Andre Shumake, and the next group of speakers following that will be Jane Carant, Marisol Cantu, phone number ending in 6261, Norma, and Jesse Turan. Rev. Andre Shumake, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. To the Honorable Mayor Butt, distinguished members of the City Council, my name is Rev. Andre Shumake. And I want to preface my comments by saying, if you always do what you've always done, you will always get what you've always gotten. And that is time to do something different. I stand before you tonight, or speak before you tonight as a former president of the Iron Triangle Neighborhood Council from the year 2000 to 2006. And I stand in support of map 102C. This is a map that is socially just and that will reunite our neighborhoods. As you all know, there was a time in the city of Richmond where we were designated the most dangerous city in the nation because of all of the homicides that was occurring within the city. And it was the neighborhoods. It was the neighborhoods. I say again, the neighborhoods that came together, which 102C would bring back together, such as Iron Triangle, Santa Fe, Coronado, North and East, Laurel Park, Hilltop, Portchester Village, Pullman, Shields Reed, East Shore, that came together. They had representatives that came together to address this issue of violence. And we mobilized the churches to work throughout those neighborhoods to reduce the homicides within this city. And when I look at some of you that are on the council now, I can recall when you all were campaigning in these neighborhoods and you were telling these residents, telling us how you were there to support us. And if you are supporting a map other than 102C, and what you in fact are doing, you will be disenfranchising the very voters that you came to gain their trust, and they may have been continuously voting for you. So I want to encourage you to be true to your word when you came to these communities, when you were running for office at the beginning of your political careers here in the city of Richmond, and you made promises to those communities that you would serve them. And I had no intention to be before this body tonight, but this is such an important issue. And it seems like the very ones that came before us and said that you were supporting us, you're now on the verge of disenfranchising us. So I ask you, please, sir, please, ma'am, let your conscience be your guide. Remember the promises you made to us back then when you were first running. And so I ask again that you consider map 102C. It is a socially just map that reunites our communities. And I say to you, by those communities being united, if there's a homicide spike or whatever, we will come together again to meet the challenge. So again, I ask you, please, sir, please, ma'am, vote for MAP 102C. May God bless you and
Thank
have
you.
a good evening.
The next speaker is Jane Carant. Jane, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, council members and mayor. I appreciate what a difficult decision you have before you with this impassioned testimony on both sides. I mean, the fact is somebody is going to be dissatisfied. The fact is when we have districts, somebody's neighbor across the street is going to be in a different neighborhood or even in a different city. We have friends, you know, who are 1 block away from people in El Cerrito. Myself in the Richmond Annex, I'm 1 block away from El Cerrito. This is a reality. This is what happens when districts are drawn and redrawn. So this is a difficult decision, but I'm speaking in strong support for MAP 201 tonight. And the reason I'm doing so is because it will enable voters to be represented in the next election, a very important election, and it sets Richmond up for any anticipated population growth. It's based on the 2020 census when populations changed. So I urge you to vote for MAP 201, and I thank you for your deliberations.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Marisol Cantu. Marisol, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Marisol Cantu. I'm a 3rd generation Richmond resident, and I am calling in support of MAP 201. Just like the caller before, it has been based off of 2012 census. It was also the map in which many council members had already decided on through this deliberation process with the consultants who have been working on the redistricting map. I recognize that many neighborhood councils members are calling in tonight to be in support of MAP 102 and the variations. They are unfortunately misforming the public in the fact that they say that they speak for the community. I have been barred from multiple RNCC meetings. I have not been allowed to come to neighborhood council meetings. So the fact that they say that they are not political, unfortunately, when somebody doesn't believe in what the neighborhood councils are saying, they tell them and they ban them from coming to those Zoom meetings. Also, for neighborhood councils, unfortunately, the ones that I have been attended by the same 6 to 10 members over and over again. And so the fact that they would say that they speak for the public, they actually speak in silos, they speak with each other only. And when any city council member who was duly elected by the popular majority speaks against them, they automatically say and pin that council member and use different terms for those city council members as their political agendas, even though majority of these city council members have been voted in by many different people from all walks of life who believe in the values that they represent. And so I urge City Council to please vote in favor of MAP 201. It allows for population growth. It makes sure as our city changes that we will be able to have these for the next 10 years. When many of my family members are coming to vote, they will be in a district that is in their neighborhood with a city council member that they feel is representative of who they are. So again, MAP 201 is, I believe, the best map that represents us for the next 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is phone number ending in 6261. El próximo orador será el número de teléfono terminando en 6261. Please unmute yourself by pushing *6. Por favor, prenda su sonido empujando estrella 6. Hello? Hello?
Hello, yeah, hang on one second. Santiago, ¿está allí?
Sí, sí soy.
Ok, ¿puede empezar?
¿Puede empezar ahí, Edith?
Sí, puede empezar.
Señor, puede empezar. Tiene 3 minutos para hablar.
Sí, yo soy Santiago Morales Velázquez. Vivo apartamento 325, 28 TH Street, Richmond, California.
Hello, my name is Santiago Morales Velázquez. I live at 325 24th Street here in Richmond. Adelante.
Lo que yo quiero hablar de cuando pasa un inspectorar el casa o el casa donde renta, cuando yo estoy aquí, él pasa a mirar, pero no hace nada. Aquel día está limpiando el techo, él dice que una semana ya nunca se arregló un poquito, no más, no ya quedó el cielo como estaba. 1, 2, y muchos ratones conmigo y mucho cucaracho, y hay alergia por nosotros. Un niño tiene 1 año y estaba mal con esta alergia por el rato, y nosotros tenemos miedo pues morder el ratón a nosotros, y estamos pagando 2,700 el rente, y todo el silo estaba mojado y pintó, pero el pintura está cayendo de la segunda vuelta otra vez. El ciudad viene a ver, pero no hace. Lo que él hace es solo mirar y tapando ojo el macho, nomás viene cumplir nomás y no se hace. No sé si hay inspectores aquí en Richmond. Yo quisiera porque que es arregla y se hace con buen trabajo. Uno está pagando mucho dinero y no se hace. Todo calentones, no bueno. El refera, no bueno. Todos que están desmadrosos en este rente.
¿Puedo traducir, Santiago? Permítame un segundo. So I'm going to try to summarize it really quick. So Santiago saying that, I've been paying a lot of rent where I live, pay $2,700 where I live, and currently I'm experiencing a lot of habitability issues that I have been asking my landlord to fix, and I've had a bad experience being able to get those maintenance requests fulfilled. I've been dealing with rats, cockroaches, and a leaking roof.
Ma'am, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I believe this item should be under open forum. Right now, we're doing the redistricting of the city. So if you wanted to wait till open forum came up, there's an emergency item coming up next, and then open forum should be after that, I believe.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Would you be able to say that in Spanish for Santiago?
Yeah, señor, ahorita estamos haciendo el tema de haciendo nuevos distritos concejales. Si quiere hablar sobre el tema de lo que estaba hablando, puede esperar para el foro público. Primero va a seguir un tema de emergencia y después va a ser el tema de foro público. Si se quiere esperar.
Okay, vamos a esperar.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the next speaker will be Norma. Norma, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
This is Norma, a native of Richmond. I support 102C, the community the community mapping, and I yield my time.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Jesse Tehran. Jesse, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, so hi. I am not that educated about the districts on this new redistricting of the different maps. However, I wanted to say something because it seems to me that the protocols for what's going on right now and the protocols for what I'm dealing with in terms of the homeless issue do it, buddy. Someone's microphone is on. But anyway, as far as the protocols for the homeless issue are the same, and they're both shady. And that is the city council and the mayor seem to be intent on hiring a third-party agency and putting them in charge of decision-making or advice, and then ignoring the will of the people. Or I don't know why this is happening, but I wanted to make people in this forum aware of it. Because these management companies, if they can point the blame at management companies, then they don't seem to take any of the responsibility for what's going on themselves and say, oh, the NDC did it, or in my case, the HCEB did it. But ultimately, it boils down to just passing the buck and looking for a scapegoat to pass the blame onto, so that they can say, oh, these people made the decisions that we wanted, but we didn't want to make ourselves. And I just wanted to put that out there and have the listeners keep that in mind. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. The following group of speakers will be Edith, Emily Ross, Jim Hansen, Doe Tunis, and Bhavin Khatri. Edith, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Edith, if you could please unmute yourself. Hello? Edith?
Can you hear me?
Very faintly.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you can go ahead and start.
Hi, yes, my name is Edith Pastrano. I live in Richmond. I've been in Richmond for all my life, and I just wanted to go on the record here and comment that I would like to support map 209. I'm sorry, 201, which is based on recent data of the census. And I really appreciate the comment earlier of a fellow Richmond resident also who has been at the other neighborhood council meetings. I myself haven't been to those, but definitely don't believe that a small group of people represent the entire view of the rest of the community. So please vote for map 201. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Emily Ross. Emily, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, council and community. My name is Emily Ross. I'm a Richmond resident. Calling to support maps 201 and 202 with a slight preference for 201 because the line between District 2 and 4 seems slightly more natural. I wanted to speak to a few reasons why I'm supporting the 200 series maps over the 102 series maps. One is around the majority minority districts, which is something that's been spoken to a lot. Fortunately, Richmond has a history of electing African Americans to city council, whereas this has not been the case for Latinos, despite Latinos being 45% of the voting population. And a majority of District 6 voters actually elected a Latina leader quite recently to represent them. Councilmember Jimenez is the only Latino serving on our city council. And ironically, District 6 is slated to change significantly with the MAP 102 series. While none of the maps, all of the maps that are in white on the summary spreadsheet other than 106B achieve a district with the majority citizen voting age population Latinos. The thing about the 200 series maps is that they also minimize voters shifted to different election years. They respect voters' choices and continuity in office and preserve the core of existing districts. All of the maps that were not disqualified for, not being contiguous or not having a balanced population comply with federal laws, and adhere to California criteria as much as possible. Unfortunately, there is no way to draw the maps in a way that won't divide some neighborhoods. It's not possible. None of the maps achieve that. However, one of the primary functions of redistricting is to give residents representation on elected bodies. And so keeping the maps as consistent as possible over time is one of the best ways we can do that. I hope you seriously consider the maps that were created by a neutral consultant, NDC, with districting expertise, which again minimizes voter deferral and respects the continuity in office and voter choices. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jim Hansen. Jim, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, Council. Jim Hansen, President of the Richmond Heights Neighborhood Council. There have been several public hearings, so I'll attempt to keep this brief. The main thing that our neighborhood council is hearing from our East Richmond neighbors is what you've been reading in the many emails to you. East Richmond's natural connection is with Central Richmond, and that's maps 201 and 202. The census adjusted council maps that the council initially adopted in January 2020. Given the population balancing requirements in districting, as you've heard, and it's true, we've all know this, there simply is no perfect council district map. Keeping East Richmond with Central Richmond complies with California's districting criteria of being geographically contiguous, maintaining undivided neighborhoods, having easily identified boundaries, and compactness. You already know that District 6 is a majority Hispanic population district. Maps 201 and 202 sustain our diverse District 6 voting age population, as well as create a majority Hispanic voter district in District 1, one of the objectives of redistricting. Most importantly, adopting the census-adjusted district maps 201 and 202 allows every Richmond registered voter to vote for the council member of their choice in the next election. The consultants, as you know, tell us that other map plans would deny over 6,200 Richmond voters the opportunity to vote in the 2022 council elections. I think that's a problem. Lastly, and I agree with Councilmember Willis, this district voting requirement should not be leading to division. And I think it's because voting districts don't solve the issues our city needs help with. People working across the city of Richmond do. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Doe Tunis. Doe, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep it brief along the same lines as Jim, but please vote for 201. I think it's the one that makes the most sense, at least up over here in East Richmond. It keeps the corridor together and doesn't put us with people that are over the hill as being in the same district. Lots of good points made earlier. I respect all of your opinions, but I think for our neighborhood here, I think that 201 is the best representative of what we need. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker will be Bhavin Khatri, and the following group of speakers after that will be Sarah Cantor, Rita Baruch, Elsa Stevens, Deborah Baer, and Floridalma Bach. Bhavin Khatri, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Council and the Mayor. This is Bhavin Khatri, resident of the Hilltop District Neighborhood Council. I'm not going to say anything different than many before me have said at this hearing. It's quite clear to me, and it should be to you as well, that the majority of the community and your constituents want map 102C. It's rarity when majority of Richmond is united on anything, but this is that one time when majority of Richmond is. The only opposition that I'm hearing is from East Richmond about map 102C, and they'd like to keep things as is. But if you look at the current map and all the 200 series, it divides the hilltop into like three different districts. And it puts us together with Point Richmond, which is literally 8 miles away from us, and we have nothing in common. So, Hilltop has been ignored for very, very long time. And we really request that you approve map 102C. Last time I was here, I shared that we're going to go to our neighborhood council meeting and build support for map 102C, and we officially did that in our neighborhood council meeting. The accusation that I'm hearing that the small group of neighborhood council came together and came up with this map 102C and they sort of isolated others is simply not true. We're one of the neighborhood council that were not part of creating map 102C, and RNCC introduced the map to us, and we discussed that with our constituents, and together we adopted this map. So it is simply not a true narrative that RNCC or the group of neighborhood councils have isolated. I'm seeing a minority of folks from East Richmond that are calling in support of 200 series map. And actually 2 of the council members are running for mayor. So really there shouldn't be any, sort of conflict of interest for you to really do what the community wants. So again, I am just calling to support map 102C, and I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sarah Cantor. Sarah, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, thank you. I am calling in support of map 201. In contrast to what the previous caller just said, I do not live in East Richmond. I live in the area between Ohio and McDonald that would be disenfranchised by this map. I was not able to vote in 2020 for a district representative, have not had a representative on the council except for the at-large members, and now I would be denied that opportunity again. So personally, that the map impacts me, it impacts me neighbors, and I think that is really important. I also have a lot of questions about how map 102 and the 102 series was developed. I'm hearing both that it was developed by the neighborhood councils and that it was developed by an independent demographer who I assume is supposed to be taking information from the public at large, not from a small group of people who have declared themselves the representatives of the community. And I want to speak really specifically to some of the neighborhood councils, and specifically I want to call out the Iron Triangle Neighborhood Council and Oscar Garcia, who claims to speak for the Iron Triangle and speak for the entire district while denying people the opportunity to come to those meetings. And that is not a lie. That's true. Oscar Garcia, you do not represent the community if you are not allowing members of your neighborhood to join the neighborhood council. And when you don't allow people to have a voice and then say that you are speaking for the community, that's just a lie. So the big reason for 201 is the disenfranchisement. Also, the 102 series just are bad. They're just bad maps. They don't divide the city in any way that makes sense. And I am hearing support for maps 102 from folks who are connected with the neighborhood councils, not hearing that from other people. I'm hearing a diverse group of folks, especially young people, calling in support of map 201. And I think that that is something that's really important to pay attention to. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Rita Baruch. Rita, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Rita Baruch.
Yes, sorry. My name is Rita Baruch, and I live 1 block from San Pablo Avenue, one on the east side. So if I was 1 block over, I would be in north and east. And I'm particularly concerned, I mean, I know this is so difficult, and I'm sorry that it's so contentious. It seems to me that, you know, one of the main goals being engagement and representation, that we really have to keep our eye on the fact that we need a map that does not disenfranchise. It'll be more than 6,000 voters who will not be able to vote in 2 election cycles. And I think that's really serious. We have so many important issues in front of us in Richmond. You know, we can't afford to lose all of those voters for 2 cycles, 10 years. It's wrong. And I don't think that's in the spirit of what the redistricting is supposed to be. I did send a letter to everyone in the council, and I just want to highlight one section. You know, the voting age population stats for District 6, by adopting maps 201 or 202, preferably 201, it complies with the redistricting rules. Currently, we've got 20% Latinx, 19% Asian Pacific Islanders, 25% non-Latino white, and 1% Native American, and 25% white and 29% Black voters in District 6. So it's a very diverse district. You know, by adopting 201 or 202, you'd be creating a majority Latinx voter district in District 1 and a near majority Black voter district, 43% in District 3. And I believe these are, you know, very much linked to what the goals are supposed to be with the redistricting. And lastly, as I said, 201 or 202 would allow all voters to cast their ballot in the next 2 election cycles. No voter should be disenfranchised. Everyone's voice counts. So thank you for recognizing that, the importance of that. And also, as you've heard from many of us, keeping East Richmond connected to Central Richmond really promotes the participation and the ability to do joint problem solving as we have been. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Elsa Stevens. Elsa, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. My name is Elsa Stevens. I'm a longtime resident of Hilltop, and my neighborhood council, we had to sidestep the neighborhood council to keep disc golf from ruining our park. And that was a major issue, and they were not on our side. Neighborhood councils are a great idea, but recently they've been overrun by an undemocratic, exclusionary cabal. I think 201 is the best map. No one is disenfranchised. Voter suppression is another form of racial violence. Thank you for listening. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Floridalma Bach. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
¿Aló?
Sí, tiene 3 minutos para hablar. Puede comenzar.
¿Aló? ¿Me escuchan?
Sí, sí se le escucha. Puede comenzar a hablar si quiere. Tiene 3 minutos.
Mi nombre es Floridalma Bach y soy del grupo AC. Puedo decir que el mapa del 2021 refleja más mejor a la población de acuerdo al censo, más reciente y permite que la mayoría tendrá oportunidades para votar en este año. Electoral, no se le olvide decir que es luego esperar un tema. ¿Puedo dar otro tema?
Solo el tema de distritos estamos haciendo ahorita.
Ok, gracias.
Ujú. ¿Terminó, señora, o?
Sí, es todo.
Ok, gracias.
Gracias.
The next group of speakers are Joe Pulio, Don Gosney, Deborah, Sam Lewis, and Steve Bischoff. Joe Pulio, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, thank you. Joe Pulio, Richmond resident. I am most concerned with the disenfranchisement that MAP 102 provides. Everyone should be entitled to vote. And that is my main concern. Therefore, I recommend adoption of MAP 201, which doesn't disenfranchise and doesn't prevent anyone from not voting in the next election. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Don Gosney. Don, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you very much. I live in East Richmond, lived here for over 40 years, born and raised here in Richmond, a very long time back. And I've said this before, it doesn't matter. The way that the city of Richmond is laid out, it's like somebody threw a couple of octopi on the wall. You got tentacles spread out all over the place. Somebody's going to get screwed. Everybody seems like is going to get screwed. And that means some of the existing council members are going to get screwed, no matter how they draw these maps. You cannot draw the maps to protect your own seat. That's against the law. It's unethical. It's wrong. Okay. One of the benefits of the 100 series maps, even though I live in East Richmond, it means I'm going to be moved into the El Sobrante Valley area. But one of the benefits of the 100 series maps is it reunites Hilltop. And the previous map that we've got and the 200 series is very wrong because it disenfranchises the people of Hilltop. It splits them up into multiple districts. Everything about that one is wrong. We hear all too often that people need to have representation for their own community. And there's a problem with that too. You are elected by the people in your district, but here's a hint for you. You all are supposed to represent 100% of the people in Richmond. It doesn't matter if you're in District 6, you're still supposed to represent the people in 2 and 4 as well. You know, get over this thing that you're only representing one group of people. That sounds like something you see out of the South on there. Everything about that is bad. Since 5 out of the 6 of you weren't elected to represent me because I don't live in your district, but you're still supposed to be representing me. And guess what? I don't care where you live, just because you've got somebody that was elected from your district, it doesn't mean that person actually represents everybody in their district too. We have such diversity in our city that there's people that are going to be representing their friends. They're not going to be representing the people that don't think like them. We need to take the politics out of this process. And that's what I'm seeing here right now. The 200 series, got problems on there. There's a lot of politics involved with that. And I don't like to see that either. I hate to say it because where I live here in East Richmond, it's going to be putting us in with El Sobrante. That's not a good thing, but it's still a much better thing in the whole for the city than any of the 200 series maps. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Next speaker is Deborah. Deborah, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, good evening. My name is Deborah Small. I'm a Richmond resident, and I'm here to speak in favor of the 200 series maps. But I'm not going to repeat the arguments that have been made by others. The only one that's important to me is with respect to the maps is that that series wouldn't disenfranchise anyone. And I think that during this period where we're seeing efforts across the country to suppress voters and keep people away from voting, that it's important that Richmond send the message that we're a city that values democracy and that we're going to show that in everything we do, including the way that we district, to make sure that everyone has the ability to vote. But what I really want to say is that, you know, what's clear in this process is that there is no map that's going to make everybody happy, and there is no one right map to pick. And so for me, the biggest problem with this conversation is the assertion that there's only one. that would actually be representative of the people. I trust my elected officials that I voted for to make a good decision. I trust that the consultants that they have used to advise them are giving them good advice that's going to have them be compliant with the law. But most importantly, I trust that they have the interests of all Richmond residents in common. And it's quite disturbing to me when I hear people who live in one neighborhood say that they don't have anything in common with people who live in another neighborhood. We all live in Richmond. We all live in California. We all live in America. To me, the things that we have, we're all dealing with COVID. We're all dealing with inflation. We're all dealing with high gas prices. The things that we have in common are much greater than the things that we have that are different. And so I really wish that we could keep that in focus, particularly when we're having these kinds of conversations, because all they do to me is add to the needless polarization that has been infecting every aspect of our country, from political meetings to school board meetings to people's recreational activities, et cetera. We need to turn the volume down and really focus on the things that are going to have us be able to be unified and be one city of pride and purpose, not different neighborhoods squabbling with each other. And I yield my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sam Lewis. Sam, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay. Hi, my name is Sam Lewis, and I'd like to thank the members of City Council for their time.
Your sound's going out a little bit, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. As I said, my name is Sam Lewis, and I'm speaking in support of MAP 201 and 202. First, if Richmond is to truly keep itself as a real city of progress, then how can you even ask for the city residents to exclude such a large number of the population from voting as MAP's 1 series does? I mean, MAP 102 and its variations are just ridiculous. I mean, earlier a speaker stated that a large number of the Richmond residents don't vote. And the so-called neighborhood council is counting on capitalizing on the fact that they don't vote, and to really just maintain the status quo itself. The fact is to keep Richmond moving ahead, we have to drop the status quo. I mean, Richmond should be fair and equal to all, not to just the elite or privileged that seem to be in control. I mean, to take away anyone's privilege to vote is to take away their freedom and the shift of power. Remember that the people should make the rules, not just a paid political arm for the elite itself. And the idea of a neighborhood council looking out for everyone is laughable. Show us the data, or show us the comments from all of those areas, like the census data reflect. I mean, you can't, because we all understand the term bamboozle. How many times do we have to vote those out who tend to put their own interests ahead of the population? I mean, help us keep and maintain a balance. Let everyone vote itself. I mean, again, really, hey, we voted you guys in, we can vote you guys out. Do the right thing for us. Help us maintain a balance that everyone can vote. I mean, again, I yield my time itself. And thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Steve Bischoff. Steve, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, thanks very much. I live in the the foreign lands near El Sobrante. Our district in Richmond, I think, is one of the ones to make a real good example of why we do need districts, because the area I live in is pretty much unrepresented otherwise by anybody, and is sort of rejected by many people, as I can tell from this conversation so far. But because we do need to have districts, I think we need to make sure districts represent the people who live in that area. And I think that MAP 102C really does that job. And so I wish you would support that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jan Diamond. Jan, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah,
I agree with the previous speaker, and I think 102C or map 203 makes sense. I think that the 102 maps, which were developed by by all of the neighborhood councils, needs to be respected. And I think that the argument about losing voting rights, I wonder if that's a little if that's being perpetrated by certain political interests, because it's not that you lose, and I'm somebody who would lose voting rights in 2002, 2022, but would be able to vote in 2 years later. So we all have the equal amounts of opportunity for electing our council members. It's just that some are put off to, it's just that, it's 2 years postponed. So it's not like losing the right, to losing the eligibility to vote. And I think it's important that Hilltop is a unique community, and it needs it, and splitting it up is really not fair to them. And I support 102C or 203. And I think that it's really important to not have to separate this out from the current sort of political interests and look at this long term. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Deborah Bayer. Deborah, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you very much. I was really applauding Deborah Small's statement because she spoke to how I'm feeling, which is that I really regret all the division that I'm hearing. And mostly I really hate aspersions. I hate aspersions and rumors. So I think the most important thing is to allow people to vote. And to the previous speaker, I think it's not that people aren't be able to vote every 2 years. No, everybody's going to be voting every 4 years, but somebody who haven't voted in 2020 won't be able to vote in 2022. And so it will be 6 years before they're able to vote. And that's a long time out of a 10-year voting time. So I think that is really important. I was insulted about the statement about, well, people don't vote anyway. I know I vote I don't think there's ever been an election where I haven't voted. And what we want to do is encourage people to vote and understand that their vote is very important, not to discourage it. But mostly it's the aspersions. It's a feeling that I'm getting is that if you don't vote my way, you are a bad person, or there's some kind of political maneuvering, and it's these bad council people, and their consultants who are against the neighborhoods. That's all made up. It's all made up. This process has been going on for a long time. It's very complicated. I once tried to district California for my union because we had regions. It was almost impossible to get the right number of people in and not to break up LA by freeways. And, it's a really hard thing to do. And so what I mostly like to say now is nobody's evil. Nobody is against anybody else. It's not a matter of, as the Reverend implied, following the moral path here. There's no moral path. We're just making districts, and we're trying to make them as fair as possible. And I really trust everybody who has spoken today, and I trust everybody on the council to be doing and saying what they think best. But mostly, I think we voted for our political leaders, all of them won with not just a popular vote, but a majority vote. I think that they're all dedicated to the city. And however this outcome vote turns out, I will be satisfied. So thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Okay, so I will now close the public hearing. And I have one question to staff. The agenda items talks about the possibility of selecting a map tonight. Is that part one of two steps where a map would be selected and then at a future council meeting, it would actually be formally adopted? Or can that all happen tonight?
It's envisioned to be in two steps. We were contemplating that the council would select a map this evening, and then staff would come back for the council to adopt the map, likely via an ordinance or a resolution at a separate evening.
Okay, but we don't have to select a map tonight, right? We don't have to finish this off until April the 17th, right?
The map must be published by April 17th, or I'm sorry, adopted by the council by April 17th.
Right. So we've got a couple more council meetings at least before the 17th, right?
We do. Shalice, do you want to speak to the publishing issues and the timing that we discussed earlier?
Yes, as long as the maps don't change, they've been published and they'll remain published. So we're meeting the publishing requirements. If the city, we will need to publish the agenda the normal 3 days, and we're within the time frame that now there's just a 3 days advance notice for the agenda. So so there should be no difficulty there.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions or comments from council members? Councilmember Bates, you have a hand up?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Want to thank all the speakers because they articulated very much what we anticipated when this Rafferty Walnut Creek attorney came in and started redistricting the city of Richmond. And it's no surprise that we have residents now are confused, upset, and so forth. So I'm prepared to make a motion that we proceed with 102C. And the purpose and the reason is that we have a neighborhood council that is very active within the community, as much as probably the council members. And they've been working diligently and trying to include. You can't include everybody, we know that, but a consensus suggests that this is a map that we should proceed, that provide equity, and it provides an opportunity for all of our citizens to be involved. I want to point out something, having been the senior member on this council, that this idea of district election can be minimized by electing council members who are respectful of the total community. In my case, I've had the opportunity to live in Atchison Village, the South Side and Parkview area, the Bayview area, the Elsa Brandy area, and now in the Point Richmond area. And I can assure you that irrespective of whether I'm a district person, there are too many friends, there are too many constituencies, there's too many citizens out there who, when they call any district person, I think will be responsive. I know Elsa Brandy has been concerned, but because I live there, I know people there, I don't turn anybody down. And I don't think any council member should, because he's elected in a district, should ignore the total community when they call upon him or her for assistance. So I think we over-exaggerated the district concept, because if you're a good, positive city council person and you're looking out for the total city of Richmond, you should. And it's almost mandated that although you are district elected, you should be concerned about the welfare of the total city. And that's where I think we need to emphasize and not get into districts and so forth that separate us more than bring us together. So that's why I'm making the motion that we proceed with District 102C. I think it's the most equitable one that we've seen. So that's my motion.
Okay,
Thank you.
so is there a second for that motion?
Mr. Mayor, I've had the opportunity to, listen to all of the callers and all of the speakers, and most definitely.
Wait, are you gonna second the motion?
Allow me to speak, and yeah.
Okay, all right. I just want to make that clear. So you're seconding the motion. You want to speak on it. Go ahead.
I'm going to do both in one. And the reason why I'm seconding it is because, I do believe that everyone worked really hard on 102C and 201, and everyone deserves to be heard at this point. And both maps deserve to be put to a vote. And what will prevail. But I do believe, with all respect due to everyone's experiences with certain organizations and with certain individuals, I do want to make sure that we're respecting everyone's hard work. A lot of people put a lot of hard work into both maps. And so for me, it's about making sure that we don't silence one half of the community, as others have mentioned that they've been silenced. I think nobody likes that feeling. And so for me, I think it's about making sure that we hear the voices, even if we disagree with them, making sure that folks understand. And, on a more personal note, when I look at some of these maps, I do see more of the culture that and this is speaking from my own personal experience growing up here in the city of Richmond in the 90s and 2000s. Some of these, the map 102 kind of reflects the culture of the city in terms of, how neighborhoods operate. And so most definitely I'm willing to second this motion to see where it goes.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Jimenez.
Well, I think for me, I hear important points. And in this moment when people are getting disenfranchised and voter rights are all over the country in a jeopardy, I think we should pay attention to that. And this is why I cannot support 102C in terms of is getting 7,000 people to not be able to vote for 6 years. And it's moving the map, this map was the 201 and other maps that are no, that don't disenfranchise voters. I think it's a way to support. And also that was the map that it was voted before by the previous city council because they thought that it was a good way to go. So yeah, we need to have some tweaks because we are using a new census. But the fact that we are here trying to vote for maps and not hearing and not listening and not seeing what voters are struggling in many other parts and trying to support maps that are going to disenfranchise voters is really problematic. I also think that in terms of, for instance, like 201, it has one Latino district, 2 Black districts, 2 white districts, and one that it has tied the API and the white community. And we haven't talked about the API here. And we need to also make sure that they can have some representation. So this is what I cannot support 102C or any of these. And I just really straightforward, I am supporting 201.
Vice Mayor, go ahead. You're muted.
I feel the need to make a substitute motion for 201. And I'll tell you why. These arguments that we have depicting this vote as one of the RPA versus the neighborhood council map is a false dichotomy. The very fact that the issue is being framed in this manner is proof the neighborhood councils are political, even though they say they're not. The fact that the neighborhood councils want to maintain their influences by districts as if the districts could not function otherwise, or as if the city councils, neighborhood councils could not function otherwise, show how important politics is at the core of the map they've drawn. The false narratives that have been put forth are usually tactics used by people wanting to push an agenda rather than finding an equitable solution. The fact that Councilmember Willis had to correct the speaker's false narrative that the current map that we are under, to depict that as an RPA map, was politically motivated. Councilmember Willis correctly pointed out that the RPA map was one that gave 3 districts a footprint on the South Shore waterfront and 1 district a footprint on the northern waterfront. This map was rejected and we went forward with the map we currently have. There have been other false narratives that have continued tonight. One, Mr. Ellis's contention that the council voted to protect our position. The map we have now put previous council member Ben Choi and myself in the same district. I would hardly call that protecting my position. An argument for 102C, which I've heard over and over, is that we are dividing communities. I would argue that any district map could divide communities, but it shouldn't. And in my view, it hasn't. Although we're working under the present boundaries, which are similar to maps 201 and 202, I see the neighborhood councils working together. The very fact that the neighborhood councils came up with maps that they favor is proof that the district maps do not divide us. I'm asking you to do what I'm doing. Look at the numbers. Map 201C has a deviation of 7.44 and map 201 has a deviation of 7.37%. Aside from the borders, these two maps are very similar in numbers until we look at the people who will have their votes deferred. Map 201C has 6,191 people with deferred votes. Map 201, 0. I repeat, 0 people will have their votes deferred. On this point, the other traditional redistricting principles are being violated. Minimum voters shifted to different election years. Respect for voters' choices, continuity in office, future population growth, preserving the core of existing districts. These things are important. That's why they were made, are put into the rules and redistricting rules and goals. So I'm asking you to do what I'm doing, which is to look at the numbers. So as Don Gosney suggested, I am here to represent 100% of all residents. That means I'm representing the residents who will have their votes taken away by one map, but preserved by the other. So with this in mind, I can only support 201.
Okay, so that's a substitute motion, right?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Yes, I second that.
Okay, substitute motion, a second. Any other council members wish to speak on this? Before we take a vote on it, despite all the rhetoric flying around here, well, go ahead, Councilmember McLaughlin, then I'll speak and then we'll vote.
Yeah, I just want to thank all the speakers for bringing out all their points and their passion. I just want to reiterate, I'm not going to really reiterate it, but I'll summarize things that have already been said that make the most sense to me. I really cannot vote for disfranchising thousands of voters. the fact is, and it's been said before, that, you know, voters will not be, who have not voted since 2018 and who were expecting to vote in 2022, now will have to wait till 2024. And that is 6 years. And that is too long to not have the right to vote for their council member, to vote for a council member. It's against the overall principle of democracy. It's against our Constitution. It's against the sacred right of citizens to vote in our local electoral process. I mean, that is actually the moral, the ethical thing to contemplate here, because having thousands of people taking away their vote is not in the interest of democracy, and it's not in the interest of our Constitution, and it's not in the interest of our sacred right to vote that many have fought for over you know, hundreds of years. And I also want to say that I support map 201 because it's the 102C that has all this disenfranchisement built into it, whereas 201 has diversity, it has population balance. It's, you know, it's a it has a majority Latino district in District 1. It has a near majority African American community of voting population in District 3. And there are many, many other districts that have a high proportion, in fact, the largest proportion of demographics being African American or Latino in other districts as well. Ultimately, it is a very diversely spread out population within each district. And I also want to add that, as many have stated, prior to us having district elections, we always talked about we are a richly diverse community. We are Richmond. We are one Richmond. Let's all come together. Each of us as council members, when we vote at a council meeting, we vote for issues as a council. And it could be a District 3 issue. It could be a District 5 issue. But all of us vote on the issue. So we all are here to make decisions on behalf of Richmond as a whole. So while people vote for us in different districts, and I understand people's passion about it, I think 201 has that diversity built into all the districts, and it doesn't disenfranchise anyone, and it protects that sacred right to vote that each citizen in our community has a right to be upheld. And that is what I believe we should all uphold. So those are my thoughts.
Go ahead, Councilmember Willis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, the only thing I'm going to say that just kind of continues to concern me about district elections in general, and even some of the comments made tonight is, okay, sorry, I froze up a bit. Look, it doesn't matter where you live in a city. If you see a problem, just be there for each other as Richmond residents. And even if, depending on what district you're in, hold that district council member accountable, but in fact, hold the entire city council accountable. I mean, we're always going to have debates, and we're always going to be split based on our values. We all run on individual messages, and we're all here for a different reason. But at the end of the day, just care about Richmond and care about its people. And if there's an issue that matches up with your values, just bring it to everybody's attention. We got people who are afraid to go to certain neighborhoods because they're afraid they're going to be in danger because of this division. And now we're seeing this division in our political atmosphere. And that is very upsetting for me. Who cares what you live? If you care about an issue, just work with people and make sure you help if you have the ability to help. And that's all I have to say. And yeah, if I could abolish district elections personally, I would, and put this as an advisory initiative on the ballot. But unfortunately, we don't have that luxury. So those are all the comments that
Okay, so before we take a vote, I just want to say that despite all the speeches we've heard tonight about collaboration, compromise, representing the whole city, blah, 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 we have a situation where basically we have map 201 that is supported by the RPA, and we have map 102C that's supported by all the neighborhood councils. So it's going to be a classic vote. It's going to be a 4-3 vote. 201 will win. And, the RPA will be victorious again. And we'll have succeeded in dividing this city like they like to do. So let's take a vote. Councilmember Johnson, you have something to say?
I just wanted to ask Shalice a quick question, Ms. Tilton, a quick question. In relation to 102 and 201, which maps produces the most Voting Rights Act districts?
That's a difficult question to answer because as was previously stated, the Black community has had a strong history of being able to elect when the city had at-large elections.
And I'm sorry, Shalice, but that was also when the city had a majority African-American population as well.
Okay.
Well, at the end of the day, it doesn't make any difference. We know how the vote's going. So
yeah, and to answer your question, there could be there would need to be a very detailed voting analysis, but I did ask the advice of Dr. Johnson, who is the leading expert on demographics, and he, in his professional opinion and knowing Richmond and looking at the statistics, feels that that there is not a voting rights issue with a majority Black district in its 40s, low 40s. So,
but having one in its 50s in a city, in a city where the African-American population is increasingly declining, does protect some type of enfranchisement for that community, correct? It provides a better cushion, right?
Yes, it could be looked at that way. It could also be, would need to be looked at to make sure we're avoiding packing as well.
Okay, so we're looking at disenfranchising 6,000 voters in non-POC communities versus disenfranchising Black communities for the next 10 years.
Okay, well, let's take this vote and disenfranchise those Black voters. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates?
No.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
My membership in BEO would be revoked if I voted yes. No.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
And Mayor Butt?
No.
The motion passes with council members Bates and Johnson and Mayor Butt voting no.
201 has 2 Black districts and just 1 Latino. So
okay, we're done. We're done.
With very low thresholds, and they're continually to decline.
Hey, we're done.
We can talk about demographics offline, though, and if you want to talk about the Black community, we can really get into.
We're done with this debate. We're moving on. So, I believe the council's direction was to do the Chevron thing next. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so let's. I'm not sure what you call it, but I guess it's Councilmember Jimenez's item. So you want to introduce it?
yeah, so I just, as I said, I would like to have Mr. Travis, who is here to talk us about what is happening right now in Chevron with the workers at a strike, with workers who are experienced workers being in the site, and how that will impact the community. So I told him that he will have only 5 minutes or less to present, and then if council member has some questions, that will be great. So Robert Travis, welcome.
This is premature. We haven't called for public speakers yet. So you introduced the item. Are there any questions from council members?
Well, this is why I want to have Robert Travis, and the item was to hear from the workers.
Well,
And-
I know you want to do that, but that's not the way we do that. That's not the way we conduct council meetings. We have an introduction of the item. We have questions from council members, and we have public speakers. So we're at the point now where we have questions from council members. Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Excuse me,
Yes,
but
we have had presentations. This is a presentation. So it's not true that we don't have presentations from members of the community.
So Madam Clerk, would you go back and read back what the motion was that put this item on the agenda? So we're.
Yes, so there's a motion made by Councilmember Jimenez, seconded by Councilmember McLaughlin to add an emergency item regarding the Chevron workers strike. And that's what I.
Okay,
no, my motion was.
I didn't see
that-
anything in there about a 5-minute
No,
presentation.
this is what I did. This is what I said the motion was. I want to put an emergency item on tonight's agenda to discuss what is happening at Chevron Refinery with the experienced workers on a strike, and want to hear from one of the workers what are the risks to community health and safety associated with the workers not operating the facility. This was my motion.
Well, fine.
So
You didn't say anything about a 5-minute presentation.
No, why you make it like so difficult? Why
Well,
instead of you fighting, allow the worker? who
Let's
is
do this the
getting
easy
the
way.
same?
If you want to depart from the rules, you can make a motion that we suspend the rules and that we have a presentation on this item from Mr. Travis, and we'll vote on it. So go ahead and make that motion if you want to.
I move to suspend the rules so that we may have a presentation from the steel workers. And I also want to say that this motion is not necessary because in her motion, she did set up a meeting. It's as if, anyway, it's unnecessary, but I'm making the motion.
Okay, do we have a second?
I second that so we can allow the worker Travis.
Okay, let's call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yeah, go ahead.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, so we'll give Mr. Travis 5 minutes.
Mr. Travis, you can mute yourself and talk.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hello, City Council. I appreciate the time. My name is Robert Travis. I'm a lifelong resident of Richmond. I'm also a 20-year operator at the Richmond Refinery. I'm represented by the United Steelworkers. We have been in negotiations with Chevron since early January and have been on rolling extensions since February 1st. On March 19th, we overwhelmingly voted down the company's last best and final offer. The USW Workers Committee called the company to inform them of the result and immediately requested to continue negotiations and to come to terms on a safe and equitable contract with Chevron. The company initially informed the union that they did not want to strike. However, an hour later, they called the union back and said that they did not want to meet. On March 20th at 5 p.m., Chevron Security showed up to our units and management demanded a turnover from USW represented workers across the whole refinery. The oncoming represented shifts workers were turned away at the gate. Our vehicles were blocked. Our work vehicles were blocked, and we were forced to board buses surrounded by the security, and we were bussed out. On March 21st at 12:01, we began our first strike in nearly 42 years against Chevron. Currently, Chevron is running or trying to run the refinery with replacement workers, workers we've never seen before and have never stepped foot in our plants. They are running the units with paper qualified individuals, inexperienced, and in my opinion, untrained. As workers in the refinery, we have a special skill set, paved in blood from workplace incidents, accidents, and injuries that we have suffered through. We are highly trained and highly knowledgeable in these dangerous process units. We have regimented hands-on training that takes years for us to run the unit successfully, and I believe none of this was followed in the training of these replacement workers. Since early January, the union has offered to the company that the represented workforce initiate a safe and orderly shutdown of the refinery in the event of a labor stoppage. Chevron has refused this offer numerous times. Since early February, myself and other concerned residents of Richmond have spoken in open forum to the City Council about our attempts at achieving a fair and equitable contract, and also Chevron's refusal to agree to a safe and orderly shutdown of the process units. As a Richmond resident and as workers in Richmond, we have a vested interest in our community that we work in, and we demand a safe work environment for ourselves and families. And we also demand the same for the residents of Richmond and the surrounding communities. Chevron is lying to the people of Richmond. They are lying to the media. They try to create their narrative about caring about Richmond, the community, and the workers, but their action proves otherwise. The union did not want to strike. The company has not wanted to meet with the union to end the strike. They called Kaiser yesterday to try to cancel our medical. We've been on strike for 2 days. The refinery has flared for 2 days. They're placing profits over people, and safety is secondary. And we have major concerns with the replacement workers currently running the unit, the refinery. We are unsure of their qualifications, no knowledge of their knowledge level. Most of these people we've never met, period. And we have stringent training protocols that Chevron expects for us to follow. And there has been no hands-on training in the unit. We're unsure of how these people learn the plants and their knowledge level. So that's the timeline. As a Richmond resident, I have major concerns. I've been a lifelong resident. I've had to shelter in place. I've had to evacuate from my high school because of incidents in the refinery. And now that I work there, I have a deep knowledge of the plants and what it takes to run these plants safely. And I believe none of that is being followed right now. And I'd like to ask for the council's support, and thank you for your time and allowing me to explain what's going on. And I hope the residents of Richmond speak up and demand that Chevron protect the community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments from council members? Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Travis, for the presentation and allow us to know more what is happening. I just had an ask about what is the role that experienced workers play in the safety of the facility or the refinery and running it safely.
Well, our every intention, our daily intention is to run safely. We've had people injured, maimed throughout industry. People have been killed, and we have obligations to protect ourselves, for our families, and to protect the community. Like I said, we have a vested interest in where we are, and the community of Richmond is important to us. And I live in Richmond. I grew up in Richmond. I've seen the incidents in the refinery, both inside and out. And what we play as experienced workers is we are the most important group in the refinery. We maintain all the equipment, operate all the equipment, control the testing of all the products. We ensure we meet environmental regulations. Every day we try our best to operate safely, operate in a controlled, successful manner. And that's our daily goal is to do that. And our training requirements demand that we are highly knowledgeable before we even assume running the unit. And this takes, to work a unit takes months of time, and to run a unit successfully takes years and years of knowledge. And some of these people have never stepped foot in the refinery proper, or the unit that they have taken turnover from.
So could you confirm, I heard that Chevron had cut over a dozen safety positions in the refinery, ranging from dedicated procedures writers to union safety programs. Can you talk about that? What is this position important, and if they don't have it, what it could happen?
Yeah, the Richmond Industrial Safety Ordinance and the Contra Costa County Industrial Safety Ordinance, they demand that we have procedures and follow procedures. They demand that they're accurately reviewed. And to put it in simple terms, procedures are what we follow when there are upsets in the unit. And procedures are what we follow to safely control the unit, whether it's starting up or shutting down, or doing process-related moves. Our procedures are really our most important item. And we have procedure writers. They're called procedure writers. They are represented individuals that their sole job is to ensure the accuracy of these procedures. When process safety management was created in late 1990s, Chevron touted they were proud of the represented workers that were doing working on the procedures. And fast forward here to last year, they've now removed all procedure writers from, they removed all the positions, and they're trying to merge multiple positions on top of positions, and which is taking away all the effectiveness of a procedure writer, and they're dumping it on another role that we have, which is a trainer, which is then lowering the training capabilities of our trainers, because now they're doing two jobs at once. So really, a procedure writer is one of the most important positions for the crews that are on shift, because it's their every goal is to make sure they're safe and accurate. And I believe we had 16 of them, no, maybe 13, forgive me. But Chevron said remove that position outright and tried to merge it with another position. So, I mean, even with process safety management, they're suing OSHA to remove process safety management. So it's an all-out attack on the safety of the refinery, the safety of the community. The clearest I could be is process safety management is what was created to help control the refinery, and Chevron and industry is suing to remove that. They want to put us back to 1996.
Okay, other councilors, Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes, thank you so much for the report. And I just want to say that workers' interests at the refinery and the community of Richmond's interests are interlinked. We clearly are both sectors here are in need of safety and in need of a clean refinery for our health, for our safety, for our well-being. I want to remind everyone in 2012, the workers actually wanted, prior to the major fire, actually wanted to shut down the refinery, and in the past had told management that they thought these corroded pipes needed to be replaced, and they were ignored. So Chevron management has some problems, and they ought to listen to those who are doing the work. And also, as a result of the 2012 fire, thousands of residents, Richmond residents and surrounding area, had to go to local hospitals for respiratory treatment, and 19 workers barely escaped with their lives. So you could see how everybody gets harmed when safety isn't adhered to. The workers, the community, And we need to change that. And the way we change that is by standing together. Our interests are aligned. We need to be in solidarity with one another. The workers are striking for safety and for better compensation, which they deserve living in this high-priced Bay Area. So I just want to say I've had an opportunity to go out there and stand in solidarity with the workers, and I think we all need to be in solidarity because this affects us all. Thanks.
Councilmember Willis, and then Bates.
Yeah, I was just gonna say thanks for the report too, but I guess a quick couple questions from what I heard. You said that they escorted you all out and then tried to cancel your Kaiser medical. Did they essentially already lay off the workers in your bargaining unit, or what's the status right now outside of the strike?
No. No one is laid off. Currently, we are on strike, unfair labor practice strike. But just the lying to the media of what they portray in the media of wanting to talk and wanting to come to an agreement on one hand, but when we speak to our Kaiser representative, they're calling to try to cancel our medical. So it's really the how they're talking versus how they're acting, essentially. But no one is laid off. We're on strike. We would like to go back to the table. We want a fair and equitable contract. We did not want to strike. We felt we had to, and we wanted to meet the very next day, and the company said no, thank you. So.
Okay, and I know the council led by Jimenez and Martinez, they passed a resolution calling for a fair and equitable contract with the workers. I mean, what's next, and what would your union be asking from the council right now in terms of potential actions?
I'm not sure if I'm qualified to answer that of an ask of the council. I really just wanted to partake in explain the emergency item and the position that the community is in. Myself as a Richmond resident, but we ask for the full pressure of every group. We've had congressmen out. I believe the governor's office has called our local. So we asked for pressure from all groups. As a Richmond resident, I would hope the concerns would be equally as important if Kaiser decided to, in 20 minutes, bring in a whole new workforce. All the same concerns would apply to another huge employer just replacing everyone, and the detrimental effects of that. So, but I'm here to speak about my concerns for the community, for my coworkers, and we did not want this. And so I asked for the full support. I'll be talking to my local and to get more formal asks from our union proper. So with all due respect to the question, I'm sorry, I don't know if I'm
yeah, no worries. It's a huge question to be asked. Check in.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And we do appreciate the resolution. I spoke that evening, and we wholeheartedly appreciate all the support we've received from the council. So it does not go unnoticed. So I thank you for that. I do appreciate it.
Yeah, and thank you for doing what y'all do to help keep us safe and operating that refinery. And I hope there is a quick and reasonable resolution that can come out of this, so y'all can get back to work, be paid and treated fairly, and we can be resigned in the comfort of being safe because of experienced workers operating a refinery. So thank you again for presenting today.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Bates. You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I think I can speak for the full council. We're all in sympathy with any labor group that is in bargaining problem with the business community, whether it's Chevron, Richmond Sanitation, a host of others. And I'm quite sure you're aware as an elected body, there are only certain limitations that we can exercise. And if it means a support letter urging Chevron to continue to negotiate and try to resolve this problem, hopefully we can do that. But the city attorney may want to advise this council of what limitations that we have as an elected body to intervene in a negotiation between a labor union and a business. So we want to support you, but there are certain limitations. And the question may be, what is that you want us to do? And let the city attorney indicate whether that is plausible and legal or not.
I'll report back to our local. We could certainly reach out to the city attorney. I am here to speak about the safety concerns as a resident and an employee of what Chevron is doing currently. What the arm of the council is allowed to do, we could certainly reach out to the council for the mayor and try to speak on terms on that ground, on those grounds. But I'm here to explain the current position of the refinery and the replacement workers and our knowledge of the plant versus whom we had to give turnover to. It was probably the most embarrassing day as a Chevron employee in my career, and the scariest day as a Richmond resident, knowing the dangers and knowing what they're taking control of. And they've been flaring for 2 days, and we've been on strike for 2 days. And to me, that bothers me greatly.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Davis, I have a question. Can you tell us, what the basic issues are? What terms are in dispute between Chevron and United Steelworkers?
Yeah, we have concerns with fatigue. We have employees that are overworked. We have safety concerns with our procedure writers, the operators that control and review our procedures. We have safety concerns of our training levels. Plus, given the industry that we're bargaining against, we have overwork, fatigue, people are quitting, medical coverage, benefit levels. There's a constant erosion of medical coverage. Our premiums are going up and our coverage levels are going down. Medical is a huge concern, as is for everyone. Everyone has their own opinion of the medical industry, but we are effectively, it's an erosion of all the benefits that were once touted by Chevron. Now they're slowly chipping them away along with industry. It's a race to the bottom. It's a competition to offer less and less in an effort to make more and more money. So we have safety concerns, fatigue concerns, training concerns, benefit level concerns, many items.
Is there any way to put a dollar figure on all these issues? What's it all worth?
No, we don't put dollar figures on safety, so we can't do that. That's what Chevron does when they refuse to bargain with us on those items. They apply dollar levels to every item, and we can't. There's no price on safety.
Well, I understand that, but I mean, do you have any idea, if they've applied dollar levels to it, what all that adds up to?
No, but I mean, they did announce 12 billion or $8 million as a company last quarter. So we have not placed dollar amounts on anything to even kick around the idea, because if it's a dollar ask on something, they say no. So I don't know the right way to answer that, but all our concerns, whether they're medical benefits levels or safety concerns or the effectiveness of our procedures, we can't put dollar. We aren't the group that applies dollar levels to that. So I'm sorry, I cannot answer that.
All that presumably is a cost to Chevron. The reason I ask it is I think it'd be very interesting to add it all up and see at the end of the day how much it would add to a gallon of gas to pay for it.
I believe I mean Chevron likes fleecing everyone, so they're fleecing the community right now too. With we aren't involved in Chevron's manipulation of gas prices either. So I'm sorry.
Okay, Councilmember Johnson.
Yeah, Mr. Travis, thank you so much for taking the time out, and to all of the workers, for fighting for what's right. I was aware that you guys were on strike before, but then it had ended, and I was just wondering if you're at liberty to kind of explain to folks like what happened there, like was there some type of deal that was struck that was not upheld, or were they playing like was there an attempt to try to get them to the table, or because I know that there was a strike a few weeks back, and so I was just wondering, like, was there a breakdown in communications, or if you're at liberty to explain to the public what happened there, so get a better understanding of the history.
Yeah. So if I could get some clarification, this is our first strike in 42 years. A few weeks back, I'm not sure what you're referring to. Is there anything? There was no strike. This is our first strike in 42 years, so I can't say in the recent history of any other strike that we were involved in. So I'm not. We voted a couple times, if that's what you're speaking to.
I think, if I may, I think what Demlis is speaking to are the informational tickets.
Sure. Okay.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The pickets versus, I'm sorry, the pickets, not the strikes. Thank you for that, Vice Mayor Martinez. Thank you.
No,
the diction is important.
Yeah, not a problem. Yeah. So during any type of negotiations, we have the legal right to have informational pickets where we reach out to the public, make a public display of what we want for, in terms of a public showing of what we would like, as to the public, which is, always, safety concerns met, safer refinery control, and things like that. So those are informational pickets. In the legal sense, they're legally protected, informational picket type situations. So so there was no disagreement to cause that. Just in terms of negotiations as a solidarity movement, we have informational pickets to the public to let them know that we are talking to the company. These are our concerns. Our concerns are the concerns of the community. which is to remain safe in all circumstances. And that's what we tried to do. Even in bargaining, we recommended to shut the refinery down if we went on strike. And because even in our absence, we still have an obligation to the community. So that's why we offer that, because we understand clearly the detrimental effect of people running the unit that are uneducated and unqualified. And that's scary for us because we actually care about the place. And it's really hard to just hand it over to a complete stranger that's never been either in the city or in your unit ever. It's really frustrating.
Thank you for that answer.
Every
Vice Mayor,
council
thank you for that
member had an
clarification.
opportunity to speak and ask questions. I'd like to go to public comment now. So, Madam Clerk, would you call public speakers, please?
Okay, I have 7 speakers, or 8 now. I have Mark Wasberg, Richmond Proud, Marisol Cantu, Don Gosney, John Varga, Elvira Figueroa, Lindsay Crane, Sally Tobin, and the list seems to be growing. I'll start with Mark Wasberg. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
You hear me?
Yes.
Hey, you guys cry about Chevron. You didn't help your own workers. I didn't see you rally out there for your own workers. You haven't gave your own workers a raise almost in 6-7 years, huh? I didn't see Aguado out there protesting to give the people a raise. The RPA wants to close down Chevron, and you're over there concerned about what Chevron's doing. See how stupid you people are? I worked out there for 8 years off and on. Chevron's one of the most safest refineries out there. And they always been safe. We had a meeting every day, back to back, backup systems. And you're over there crying about Chevron. These operators are making $80,000, $90,000 a year. That strike is only going to last probably around about 2 weeks. Not even that. As soon as Chevron starts starving them out, they're going to start crying back to the table because they got bills to pay, man. They're making big bucks out there. And you think they're just going to lay back? No, because they're going to start crying. Chevron could, don't worry, Chevron could last. They know what they're doing out there. They got people, they got management working the system. This guy here, he's coming here crying about this and crying about that. The only thing he should be able to go back to work and start paying your bills. You're making almost $100,000 a year, and you're over there crying about you're going on strike. Don't worry, it's not going to last long. So the people in Richmond, the workers there, once you ask the city council, once you rally for us, huh? You workers need to say, hey, you didn't come up and start helping us. You didn't rally and say, hey, we want to give you more money. I didn't see Aguado out there. No, he was out there Chevron, protesting for Chevron. You hate Chevron, RPA. You want to close Chevron down. And you're over there talking out how you're going to help these people. It's none of your business because you're not going to get involved in the union anyway. You can't do nothing to force these people to go back to work.
Your time has expired. The next speaker is Richmond Proud. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
All right. Can you guys hear me? Well?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. How you doing? I decline to state my name, but I will say that I'm a Richmond resident and I'm also an employee at the refinery. And I will say that on Sunday, March 20th, my coworkers and I were escorted off the premises of Chevron and replaced by unqualified employees, many who have never walked into our units before until that day. I'm asking the community of Richmond, as well as community leaders, to come and support our safety strike at Chevron Refinery happening right now. If you're a resident of Richmond, you should be very concerned. As of 5:15 p.m. Sunday, the company took over all operations and placed it in the hands of management and untrained and unqualified engineers. To them, qualified means engineers who have never formally been trained and are not qualified to work an outside unit. At their best, the company sought out former operators turned managers who are not up to date with outside refinery conditions that change on the daily, let alone the complex control board system. In some cases, managers who've been out of sort with operations for over 20 years plus are running the units right now as we speak. Maintenance and operations are fed up with the excuses to why the company doesn't want to fix their own problems. They would rather place temporary blitz monitors instead of excavating and replacing broken and corroded water lines that are underground. Further, they continue to ignore and extend work orders and refuse to pull the plug on leaking pumps that can cause fires simply because the processes inside those pumps are above 500 degrees, hot enough to self-ignite when exposed to atmosphere. They simply place profits over safety. I would like to say that we offered to safely park all units and the company denied our offer. Now, the safety of Richmond community is in their hands, but at the cost of Richmond residents. Just please come out and support us at the picket lines. And that's all I got to say. And I know I'm running out of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Marisol Cantu. Marisol, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, thank you. My name is Marisol Cantu. I'm a third generation Richmond resident, union worker as well. And my grandfather was part of USW in Oakland. Richmond has historically been a union proud city. We have always supported our workers, from teachers to our oil workers to our city workers as well. And to have this gross negligence by Chevron is simply disgusting to a predominantly Black and brown community. We know environmental racism exists, and this is how Chevron is putting profit over people. They are prioritizing their own greed instead of the safety for the community and for the safety of the workers. Workers are frontline, essential workers in keeping us safe. If Chevron would have listened to workers in 2012 and their multiple complaints, 2012 fire could have been avoided. And yet now we have trained, skilled, senior workers on the picket line, and we have unskilled people from out of town coming in to run the refinery. This is already an alert for the Bay Area Air Quality Management District that was discussed last night at the AB 617 CERT meeting. They already have had inspectors looking at the causes of the flaring yesterday, and they're on standby as for today. There was another flaring. How many more flarings until there will be another mass explosion? Our workers protect our public health and our public safety, and I demand that this city council hold Chevron accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Don Gosney. Don, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you very much. You know, I've been a member of the Contra Costa Building Trades Council, or Council Building Trades, for more than a half century. And we have always stood beside our brothers and sisters that operate the refineries that we build and maintain. I spent my entire career building and maintaining the refineries in our area, and have personally been involved with almost every unit in the Chevron refinery. It was my own union, the Plumbers and Steamfitters Local 342, that started the process of an industrial safety ordinance back in the mid-1990s. We spent more than $1 million in legal fees fighting for this ordinance, so the people that work in the refineries, as well as those that live near them, would be safer than they were without the ordinance. I'm having a tough time tonight, though, when I listen to members of this council that seem to be standing with the refinery workers, even though they have repeatedly tried to shut down the refinery, the Chevron refinery, which would kill the careers for the very same striking workers they claim to stand in solidarity with tonight. When this strike is over, will these council members revert back to their previous position where they demand the refinery be shut down? We heard tonight a member of the council speaking poorly of Chevron for their failure to listen to the people who knew best about the refinery. But when those very same workers came before the council when Chevron wanted to modernize the refinery, they were ignored by members of the council, and the council listened instead to the experts in the community that have virtually no expertise in the operation of oil refineries. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is John Varga. John, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you and good evening. It's my pleasure to speak with you this evening on behalf of the hardworking members of IFPTE Local 21. We would like to thank Councilmember Jimenez for bringing this item to the agenda, and also thank Mr. Travis for his courage and also his expertise in sharing with us the information that is so important this evening. I also want to thank the council members who have demonstrated their support for the union movement, contrary to what we've heard earlier this evening. In fact, there are members of this council that have supported Richmond workers to the tune of approving MOUs that provided long-awaited cost of living increases. And this council has demonstrated that, in fact, Richmond is a union town. IFPTE Local 21 members work in Richmond, we live in Richmond, and we spend our hard-earned wages in Richmond. And it's paramount that we are able to do all of those things safely, which is why it is so concerning to hear that Chevron is bringing in an unsafe environment into our city. We would like to encourage the council to support the striking members of USW Local 5. We'd like to encourage the city council to put pressure on Chevron to do the right thing, which is to bring back the skilled workforce of these union members and to maintain the safety of the entire community. Thanks very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Elvira Figueroa. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Elvira Figueroa. If you could please unmute yourself.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Hello, my name is Elvira Figueroa. I'm a USW Local 5 Union Steward, Richmond native, and I'm here again to talk about the dangerous and neglectful behavior of the Chevron Richmond refinery. Chevron refused to negotiate with us after we voted down their last proposal. Since then, the USW Local 5 went on strike at 12:01 a.m., and we were immediately replaced by untrained and paper qualified workers. They have flared now 2 days in a row. How many more days will they continue to flare and continue putting the community at risk with their improperly trained staff who have no ties or concern for Richmond? As operators, we go through years of training with 20, 30, or even 40-year operators to gain the knowledge and experience we need to safely run these plants. Chevron has continued to choose profits over people, and we've had enough. They cut our safety jobs while in the same breath claim they are a human energy company. We requested as a union to shut down the plant in a safe and orderly manner, and of course the company refused to do so multiple times. This puts the entire community and every single person in it at risk. Chevron has proven over and over again that they would rather continue making record profits than to listen to their workers and community. They continue to put the Richmond residents' health and livelihoods at risk for the sake of pleasing their shareholders. The community should not have to suffer because of Chevron's greed. It is imperative that the community knows what is happening in their city and the real danger of continued flaring while the refinery is being staffed by inadequate workers. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lindsay Crane, and the following group of speakers is Floridalma Bach, Lupe, Joe Pulio, Alfredo Angulo, Jesse Turan, and Jamin Purcell. Lindsay Crane, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. This is Lindsay Crane with Chevron. First of all, I want to point out that we are very grateful for our USW colleagues. They're great colleagues, and we look forward to having them back on the job as soon as we can. And I want to point out how proud we are of the highly trained and expert folks who have come in to help cover for them while they're gone. Most of these people have run these facilities in the past and are back at their old controls, running it safely. And they've also completed about a year of training to be able to do so, to refresh their skills and their knowledge of the technology. So thanks to them for doing that. I want to point out that 32 of 35 locals nationally and 7 of 9 in California have approved the exact same agreement that we had agreement on twice with this local. And that includes a 12% raise over 4 years, which is what's called the national pattern. We've also been able to agree on several important local issues as well. Some of them were mentioned tonight. One is the safety work order timeframes, which the union got what they wanted out of that, and it's going to create an even safer environment for everyone. I just want to make sure that we clear up a few misunderstandings that were mentioned tonight. One is healthcare. Our healthcare program is pretty fantastic, I can say, as an employee. Chevron pays 80% of the premium, and the employee pays 20%, and nothing has been changed. We have sent out information to folks recently about what their benefits are, and so hopefully that clarifies that everything continues for these folks, and that it's a great package.
Expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Floridalma Bach. El próximo orador será Floridalma Bach. Tendrá 2 minutos para hablar. Puede comenzar. Floridalma Bach. The next speaker will be Floridalma Bach. If you could please unmute yourself. Okay, I'll come back to that person. The next speaker will be Lupe. Lupe, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, good evening. I'd like to thank you, first of all, Councilmember Jimenez, for bringing this item forth. And first and foremost, I'd like to speak to the safe and orderly shutdown and the USW's intent for that offer. The only intent for that offer, first and foremost, was to prevent any possible risk to the community and to protect the people and the environment of the community. We must never worry about the dollar amount that it costs Chevron to ensure that they abide by regulation and to ensure that the people of Richmond and our environment are safe. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Joe Pulio. Joe, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, Joe Pulio, Richmond resident. You know, I'm recalling 2012 and the years afterwards, in which the Chemical Safety Board essentially said it wasn't a pipe failure, it was a management failure. Chevron ran the refinery past its safety levels, and I have no confidence but that they'll do it again. We have a fire marshal, I believe, in the Richmond Fire Department. I think the fire marshal should be sent over to Chevron and assess their safety protocols so that we can do something concrete and not merely offer verbal support. So send in the troops. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will try Floridalma Bach again. Floridalma Bach tendrá 2 minutos para hablar. Puede comenzar. Si puede prender su sonido. Okay. So that does not seem to be working. So I'll move on to the next person is Alfredo Angulo. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Alfredo Angulo. I am a lifelong resident of Richmond and an organizer with the Richmond Listening Project. I've lived in Richmond since the day I was born, and I've spent the last couple of years of my working life trying to better the lives of our residents and listen to our concerns. For one, I believe that we need to start working towards a just transition away from fossil fuels in our city for the well-being of our planet, our health, and our safety. As community members, I think we need to put work into training the workers that do work at the refinery for green sector jobs, and that is what the progressives in our city are working towards, not just closing the refinery, and they have been very clear about that. Now, with that being said, part of that work means supporting those that are trying to minimize the pollution that we are already exposed to. And that is why I am calling in support of USW Local 5, asking that the city take more action to support the strike and the demands of the workers. As a city, it's essential for us to stand with union workers. The Chevron refinery is a massive industrial operation that needs healthy and supported workers to keep it running safely. The workers are currently overworked and undercompensated, and that puts us all at risk. The workers are demanding that the corporation takes measures to protect not only their health, but the health of our city's public. The corporation has continued to deny these demands and has gone as far as to refuse to shut down the refinery once the strike was called. Since Chevron has refused to shut down the refinery, as Robert Travis spoke about earlier, we've already been seeing flaring events take place. The workers ask time and time again for the refinery to shut down operations, and we are already seeing how the corporation's greed and their disregard for our health is having effects on our community. This is an environmental justice issue and a public safety issue that the city has to take action on. I live in a household plagued with asthma, and so does my family. Our community health should not be a bargaining chip for this corporation, and that is what's happening now, and it's what's been happening. Richmond is a city with a history of standing for unions and standing with unions and standing for the rights and safety of our workers. It is your job as city council members to stand
Your
for
time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Jesse Tehran. Jesse, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, so I've been a Richmond resident since 1994. And I used to live, well, for until the last year, I lived on Cottage Avenue, which is almost directly across from the refinery. The safety of the refinery is life and death. I mean, it's a life and death matter for every resident of Richmond. There's nothing more important than that. If you live here, Chevron has a dismal record for both environmental issues and also human rights issues. They can't be trusted. We all know this. It seems to me that one of the city council members mentioned that the city council can only do so much, within the law, in order to influence, the business, in order to influence Chevron. However, if Chevron is putting our life and health at risk, and who is better to judge that than the workers that are currently on strike? I mean, they're the ones who know the operations. If they are putting us at risk, then the city council not only has a right, but a duty to demand that if these flare-ups continue, that they need to shut operations down. That doesn't seem to me to be too much to ask. It's clear that there's something going wrong. It's clear that whoever is at the helm does not know how to steer the ship. And that being the case, that is putting every single one of us in danger, the city council has a duty to protect us. And we have a duty to support
Time
the
has
union
expired.
workers.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jamin Purcell. Jamin, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, Jamin Purcell, Richmond resident. Rather than trying to insinuate that a local labor strike is in any way the source of the rise of gas prices, we should be looking at Chevron and how much it tries to squeeze from this community and so many other communities. There is a difference between supporting labor and supporting the greed of a multinational corporation. Chevron workers are fighting for basic quality of life improvements. They are Chevron is putting profits before the people, and the fact that they haven't pulled out of Russia is a great indicator of that. The workers are the best qualified and trained to run the refinery. They have a vested interest in its safety and minimizing the impact on the community. We should be supporting the workers who not who are there because they care, not workers who are there to collect a check. And especially not workers who, if something goes wrong, will be able to leave. Flaring within 24 hours at the start of a strike tells us where Chevron's concerns is. It is money and not the safety of this community. Thank you, Claudia, for bringing this to everyone's attention. I really appreciate it. And I encourage the council to support the labor movement. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Elsa Stevens. Elsa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Elsa Stevens, Richmond resident. The fight that Richmond political leaders and the community had with Chevron was when they claimed they wanted to modernize. But what they were really doing was attempting to sneak in combustible tar sands. Now Chevron is suing OSHA to weaken worker safety. And as we speak, they are flaring indiscriminately. Chevron needs to be a better neighbor. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Hakeem Johnson. Hakeem, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh. Hello, City Council. My name is Hakeem Johnson, and I'm at the Richmond Refinery. I wanted to address just a couple of things. First, starting off with flaring. Yes, we've experienced small, short, and normal intermittent flaring this week due to 2 process unit up issues. We quickly worked to minimize and fix these issues. A community warning system level 1, which is the lowest on the scale, was issued to keep residents informed. Flares are highly regulated safety devices and are an important part of keeping the refinery running safely. We encourage our neighbors to visit www.richmondairmonitoring.org to view real-time air quality data. I also wanted to address the union complaint that said that refineries is understaffed and there are fatigue issues. Richmond's comprehensive fatigue and rest management program creates minimizing risk of fatigue in alignment with industry API standards and corporate guidance. The program defines procedures and practices, as well as a formal encouragement to maintain a culture where all are comfortable sharing their personnel, sleep, and fatigue status for supervisory support actions. Chevron takes staffing and compensation seriously, and both are data-driven actions. We continuously assess staffing levels and hire new employees accordingly. The Richmond Refinery hired 40 new operators in 2021 and has started our hiring process for about 70 new employees in 2022. Chevron strives to sustain a competitive package throughout the commodity cycle, including in times of low oil prices. In contrast, in 2020, several peer companies took actions to freeze or reduce pay and benefits. Chevron had negative net earnings, but did not reduce salaries, benefits,
Your time has expired. Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Okay, this is not an action item. I think we've heard from everybody and we've heard from the public, and I think it's time to move on.
I just wanted to say,
Okay, go ahead.
thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Travis and the workers for giving this presentation. I'm sorry that we had to fight for you to have the right to be here. And I just wanted to say, we support workers, we support the unions, and we put that over corporation and over profits. Chevron reported 15.6 billion in profits, the most in 2014. And yet they are saying that they cannot pay and that they cannot make sure that a contract with the workers in the Chevron refinery in Richmond is a contract that it provides safety and guarantee better condition for the workers. So here is not about putting money in the bargaining around safety. And I think that is a disrespectful of our community and to the workers. There is no money that it can put in terms of us making sure that our community is safe with a big refinery like Chevron operating in our backyard. So I thank you all. And we put workers and our community over profits and over a giant corporation that is making billions of dollars. And that needs to be reflected. If they are making that much, and if they say that they care about our community, that should be reflected in a good contract for the workers and paying the fair share in their taxes for our city. Thank you.
Okay, I think the next item we need to move back to is open forum.
Yes. And as a reminder, the public may make comments under open forum for the agenda items, report from the city manager, the crime report from the police chief, and items not listed on the agenda. And Jaswara, if you could please call the speakers.
Sure. Right now I have 6 hands up. I have Jeannie Quartz, Mark Wasberg, Sally Tobin, Pam Stello, Jesse Teran, and Elsa Stevens. Jeannie Quartz, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Jeannie Quartz. Good, please unmute yourself.
Okay, sorry about that. Jeannie Quartz, Richmond resident. I wanted to thank council members McLaughlin, Willis, Jimenez, and Martinez for voting against formation of the Point Mulati CFD. In doing so, you are saving the city millions of dollars that would come out of our general fund. In his propaganda blog, Mayor Butt included several misrepresentations. Let me remind you, Mayor Butt, that the deadline and the $300 sale to Levine and the tribe was of your doing. You wrote that into your backroom deal to get approval for your Point Mulati development scheme from the city council back in 2018. But this $300 sale may never happen. Settlement deals can take place, avoiding that scenario. Of course, Winehaven LLC will sue. That's to be expected. But the council was right to use their legal right to protect the general fund. On top of that, SunCal would have to pay for the attorney's fees, something they most likely will not want to do. 3 independent financial analyses were done, one by Hatch, one by Strategic Economics, and another by Jeff Kilbreth, former City of Richmond Planning Commissioner who holds an MBA. These analyses warned the former city council and staff that the development of Point Mulati will not bring money to the city and instead would cause the city to get in deep trouble financially. In contrast, the previous city council chose to listen to a financial analysis of a firm hired by SunCal. This is the same as the fox watching the hen house. Finally, Mayor Butt, by attacking individual council members and the city attorney who agrees that this development is financially ruinous to the city, is a form of bullying. Bullying has no place on the city council, nor in city government or anywhere for that matter. Your behavior is third-grade bullying. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mark Wasberg. Mark, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
For all you people in Richmond, don't believe a word that Jimenez is saying. All she got is diarrhea of the mouth. She's over there praising Chevron. At the same time, she's want to close it down. How many times the RPA was protesting to close down Chevron, putting hundreds of people out of work, making over $100,000 a year with full benefits. Don't believe a word that she's saying. And you people come up here and talk professional about all this district voting. They're going to pick the districts that they want. The RPA don't give a rat's ass about anybody but themselves. And you people are so damn stupid to sit there and believe in all this garbage that they're telling you, man. How stupid can you be? They don't care about anybody else. It's the RPA or nothing. And you got this one guy, Sean, is up there trying to say, well, we're going to bring people together. You ain't going to bring nobody together because the RPA is the RPA and they're going to do what they want because they got the majority of the votes. And you people are so freaking stupid to put these people into office. It just goes to show how dumb you are. And you people just sitting there listening to all this crap. And you guys been brainwashed ever since this psycho bitch McLaughlin became mayor. Was out there protesting for people to be criminals, telling the police not enforce the law, and you say she's supporting the Constitution? That bitch hasn't done one damn thing for the fucking Constitution. You understand? You people are so damn stupid and sitting there believing all this stuff. The RPA is going to do what they want to do. They don't give a care. They don't care about nobody but the RPA. And you people are so damn stupid. You're sitting there believing all this garbage. Man, it's just amazing. The only way we're going to beat the RPA, you vote me in for mayor, and I'll destroy the RPA.
Your time has expired. The next speaker is Sally Tobin. Sally, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. I'd like to thank City Council members McLaughlin, Jimenez, Martinez, and Willis for their courage and dedication to the people of Richmond by voting to decline formation of a CFD bond district for the proposed luxury development at Point Malate. From its inception, the Winehaven development did not pencil out. The far-flung suburb would have required its own expensive fire station. Infrastructure is almost non-existent. Huge tanks of fuel loom over the only access road, and emergency escape routes are essentially equivalent to those in Paradise, California. The cost for infrastructure like sewage and water would burden Winehaven residents with substantial taxes in the forms of paying for the CFD bonds, plus the city would pay for the firefighters and for undetermined items such as upgrades to Richmond's sewer system. Though sales of units would bring in some revenue, if sales are slow, the draw on the city's general fund would be substantial. Richmond has hardworking, responsible residents who do not deserve financial instability in their city budget and potential reductions in city services to promote a development that they cannot afford to live in. The vast majority of units would require about 3 times the average Richmond household income. The end result would have converted a public asset belonging to Richmond residents into an exclusive private enclave. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Pam Stello. Pam, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, good evening. I want to thank Council members McLaughlin, Jimenez, Martinez, and Willis for exercising the council's legal right in the Point Malate Development Agreement to protect the city's general fund by rejecting the intent to form the CFD for a $292 million bond for infrastructure costs for SunCal's plan. A plan that, as Jeff Kilworth, who analyzed the project, said, would never have broken even for the general fund, and if approved, would have been like saddling every homeowner with an extra $200,000 mortgage. We can't ask Richmond taxpayers to subsidize the operating costs of a new village called Tiburon East. If SunCal chooses not to move forward with the Point Malate development, the mayor has listed only one option on his blog. This option is to sell the property to the previous casino developers for $300 if the city does not sell to a developer such as SunCal by this May 21st, sell the property. If the city does that, Upstream has 4 years to sell Point Malate to a developer with the city-approved project and split the sale price with the city. Upstream cannot do whatever they want with Point Malate, as the mayor has stated. They would have to go through the approval process as any other development. The Point Malate Alliance calls on the city council and the city to pursue another option that's also possible. A new settlement with the developers to end years of litigation and avoid the fiscal and safety risks of a high-end housing development on this unique land. Point Malate Alliance urges the city to instead partner with a willing East Bay Regional Park District to develop Point Malate as a world-class park for Richmond and the region. Coming to an agreement of all the parties would benefit the city of Richmond while giving Richmond's small planning department the time and resources to pursue market and affordable and moderately priced infill homes.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jesse Tarana, and the following group of speakers after that will be Elsa Stevens, phone number ending in 6261, Diego Garcia, and Jamin Purcell. Jesse Tarana, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, my name's Jessie, and I am a resident of Ryden Road. I am unhoused. I live in a converted transit bus. I'm speaking because the city of Richmond appears to be gearing up to take some sort of action against the residents of Ryden Road. I say this because police harassment here is up. That my neighbor just had his trailer completely destroyed, his trailer and all of his possessions destroyed with a backhoe that was intentionally, it was meant to destroy his property in such a way that it could not be reused or retaken. This was done while he was not on site and without his permission or knowledge. In addition to that, the police harassment of parking has increased tremendously. And yes, this encampment is to be sunsetted, quote unquote, but that was with the understanding that the city council would allocate some alternative place for us to go, those in RVs. Many of us are not willing to go into shelters. Many of us can't because we have dogs. And the shelter is just kicking the can down the road anyway. It doesn't solve the problem. Point Malate is a excellent alternative, and I ask you to consider it. Tiny homes could be built on trailers, so it would have zero impact to have a tiny home village in the area of Point Malate. Oh, and one more thing, HCEB, the management company that they have for Ryden Road, their contract has ended and yet they're still here. They are the ones that employed the backhoe. Why are they still here when their contract is over already?
Time has expired. Thank you. Next speaker is Elsa Stevens. Elsa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Elsa, ACE member. Even nice places need inspections. My husband and I have lived at Heritage Park Hilltop for 9 years. It's a lovely senior complex. The landscaping is immaculate. Ours is a gated community when the gates work. We have security cameras. If only we could get the on-site management to turn them on. I used to regularly report the large burner on my electric stove didn't work. Someone would come and jiggle the wires until the burner worked for him. Once the repairman was in the hallway, the burner would stop working. 4 years later, a new hire fixed it. He replaced a 1-inch square metal part, and the burner has worked ever since then. Since there are almost 200 apartments, we wait patiently for our work orders to be addressed. But we ran out of patience when our toilet broke, and the manager ignored us. My husband wrote an email addressed to the on-site manager and upper management as well. He complained of the toilet, the dripping tub faucet, and the broken closet door. As he typed, I left on an errand and just happened to run across the maintenance manager. I told him of the email. He kindly said, "The office is open now." And I said, "The office is ignoring us." 10 minutes later, he was up in our apartment fixing the toilet and everything else. More recently, my next door neighbor told me of the trouble she had trying to get batteries replaced in her smoke alarm. She lives alone and has mobility issues. A few days later, our 2 smoke alarms and our carbon monoxide alarm beeped. To avoid drama, I got on my kitchen step stool and replaced the batteries myself. Routine inspections, minimum maintenance standards, and enforceable compliance deadlines are not too much to ask for.
Thank you. Next speaker is phone number ending in 6261. El próximo orador será el número de teléfono terminando en 6261. Please unmute yourself. Tiene 2 minutos. ¿Puede comenzar?
Sí, soy Santiago Morales Velázquez.
Hello, my name is Santiago Morales Velázquez.
Aquí, apartamento 325, 28 TH Street en Richmond.
I live at 325 28th Street here in Richmond.
Lo que yo no estoy de acuerdo por lo que pasa el inspector a mirar el trabajo. Él dice ella no viene a mirar mucho tiempo, dado el silo que está liqueando, no le dejaron bien, un pedacito le pusieron y todo el daño está tirando al techo.
So the first thing I want to inform is I'm not happy with my request for maintenance to be done. I had the inspection team come in and look at my unit. There are several issues that are wrong with my unit. Currently, there's this leaky ceiling that's been badly fixed, and this is just one issue. Adelante, Santiago.
Y también yo no estoy de acuerdo, ya pintaron el baño, pero ya está cayendo la pintura de segundo vuelto, ya está tirando para abajo. ¿Cómo se ve? Si no, le voy a mandar una foto mañana o hoy. Y luego, por los ratos que tenemos mucho miedo, puede morder rato a mí y también un niño de año, 2 meses. Tengo miedo y tengo mucha alergia. ¿Por qué? Porque el frijol le caga y le orina el ratón. tengo mucha foto aquí, no es por decir nomás, porque yo tengo, y también el cucaracho, tenemos miedo, y también el ref, no está bien el ref, yo estoy diciendo con el dueño apartamento, no se arregla nada, nomás se dice que está bien, ya solo él que quiere mucho dinero por la renta de 2,700, él quiere más, y ahora es que estoy investigando ahorita.
So I also am dealing with rat infestations. I have a 1-year-old who lives in my unit as well, and I'm scared for them and our health because there's rat infestations, rat feces. On multiple occasions, we've requested these things to be fixed. My refrigerator is not working, and also the last easy quick fix job that they did was to paint the restroom, but the paint is peeling off of the ceiling and the walls. And multiple occasions I've requested maintenance from the landlord and they are not responsive. My rent is not cheap. I pay $2,700 where I live. Hacia adelante.
Los inspectores nomás dicen que nomás ya viene a ver, ya nomás como que dice una tapanta ojo macho, nomás él viene solo a tapar los ojos del dueño del apartamento y ya estuvo, ya no se salen claro. ¿Y por qué no se investigó bien las cosas que tienen que ser de una vez correcto?
So I'm urging the city to implement a routine inspection to make sure that the correct and proper fixes and maintenance be done to the units. My experience with the inspection team, they come, they do the work order for my landlord, but then they don't do a really good job at it. It's like a Mickey Mouse fix, and the problem continues. So this is one of the reasons why I am here today to speak.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Diego Garcia. Diego, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, how you doing now? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, everyone, and sorry, it's been a long meeting and I know it's been important information out there, but I'm here to speak on behalf of the children of Richmond. Most of these kids are looking for places to play sports, and because we only have one soccer field in the city of Richmond, and of course, right now they're in renovations, most of the kids are not having a place to spend time in recreation. Really backs them up on their athletic abilities to do their exercise. And right now, the reason I'm here is because we definitely want to support, there's a sports field that needs to be built. And one of those is at Hilltop facilities, not at the Hilltop Mall facilities, but one of the Hilltop places. We're looking to see what we can do as far as the community and also city council to join forces to make sure that those sports facilities are built, because we cannot afford to have other facilities shut down for renovations and have our kids waiting. Right now, we're at a different location only because we were fortunate enough to have a school lend us their field. Otherwise, we would have over 200 kids without playing sports at the moment. So at this point, hopefully city council can continue supporting this idea and making sure that we can have sports fields for our kids. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jamin Purcell. Jamin, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you so much, Councilmember McLaughlin, Councilmember Martinez, Councilmember Willis, and Councilmember Jimenez for refusing the Community Finance District that would have allowed for a $292 million bond to pay for the infrastructure that was needed for SunCal. Approving that would have put an economic future of would have put the economic future of Richmond at risk, exposing the city to millions of dollars of losses per year in a ravaged general fund. A general fund that is already so tight has left many city staff positions unfilled. This project, by the numbers, never breaks even with the city's general fund. It already has underinflated the, it has underestimated the cost of a 24/7 fire and police substation at only $6 million a year. property taxes on 1,452 homes aren't enough to cover either the costs of this dedicated fire and police station. We can't ask Richmond taxpayers to subsidize the operating costs of a new village. The fire and police substations are required because of the limited access and the proximity to the refinery. Without that, homeowners wouldn't be able to get property insurance and mortgages. The city's bond consultant, Mark Northcross, even said, the special finance impact tax is no guarantee at all. If we levy the tax and they don't pay, our only recourse is to foreclose on the property. If this was such a great deal, the numbers would have spoken for themselves. Instead, they told a very different story. And so I want to thank you for your courageous refusing of that. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Aniceto Leon. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello. My name is Aniceto Leon, and I coach for the Making Wave soccer team. My players need more places to practice in their hometown. There is much demand for youth sports in the city, and we are limited by the number of available venues for practice and games. The proposed project addresses this need directly by adding fields in Richmond that will be available to the public. We are really excited about this project. Please approve this project quickly. Richmond needs these fields now. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Councilmember Bates. Councilmember Bates. Councilmember Bates, were you still speaking in open forum? Okay. He's the last speaker for open forum, so there's no one else if he's not.
Okay, that brings us to item P1, mid-year report on fiscal year 2021-22 operating capital improvement budgets.
Item P1 is to review the fiscal year 2021-2022 operating and capital improvement budgets at mid-year and adopt a resolution approving the proposed fiscal year 2021-2022 budget adjustments.
Good evening, Mayor Budd and members of the City Council. KCRT, can you please display the presentation? This evening, the recommended action before you is to review the fiscal year 2021 operating budget. We came before you before on March 1st. Please proceed to slide 3. And this evening, we're back to provide some additional overview in light of the fact that it's 10:21 and you have additional items on the agenda. I'm going to briefly go through several slides and highlight the Q&A portion of the staff report, so we can ensure that all of the questions that you answered on that you asked on March 1st, that we daylight those for the public. And we certainly hope this evening, before you conclude the meeting, that you will adopt a resolution approving the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget to enable us to move on to other matters pertaining to the pension override bonds, securing a municipal advisor, and also proceeding with additional items pertaining to the class and comp and revenue enhancements later in the year, hopefully. Next slide, please. So as you may recall, the fiscal year budget that we presented for mid-year is a snapshot in time. What we do at mid-year is we determine if we need to make any adjustments to our actuals and revised estimates that were presented to council previously. In this instance, we had to go back several months to look at items that also took place in 2021 and to enable us to also begin planning for fiscal year 2023. Next slide. This infographic here, I think, is extremely helpful. And I want to take a moment while we're looking at this slide because it really outlines the key meetings and dates. In particular, I would like to acknowledge LaShonda White, Patrick Steele, Moonbeam Qatar, Delmy, Bert Jones, Vernesia Ward, Rita Martinez, and Jerry for all of the work, and Anil Kamela for all of the work that they contributed to the mid-year budget process. It was very extensive research and due diligence conducted to make sure that we are at a better place where we can operationalize the items that the council requested on June 29th, October 26th, also January 25th with the RHA mid-year, as well as the CAFR, and then the questions that you had on March 1st. Next slide. I also want to lift up that there's been a great number of accomplishments. So far, staff have been, and community groups in partnership, many of whom were led by Janae Snipes, who's in Community Services and Public Works, Lena Velasco, Samantha Carr, and Michelle Milam, in addition to Pogo Park, we've already retained over $14.8 million in grant funds with several additional hundreds of $1,000s in the works. So I really commend staff for working in an interdepartmental collaborative manner to improve the built environment in our community, which we know is of utmost importance. Next slide. One of the things that we've been really focusing on, and want to also thank Teresa and her colleagues and Anil in HR. We've been really working to actively recruit staff. So we've had a number of additional new staff join us. And so this here is a list of the positions that the City Council has approved and those that we've already filled. We do currently still have 127 vacancies. And one of Delmy, our acting finance director, one of her top priorities is going to be working with HR and payroll and finance staff to analyze how we're doing with our payroll expenditures since they're so significantly high, even though we have a number of vacancies. So we can bring back recommendations for the City Council's consideration in the next couple of months. Next slide. So at the last meeting on March 1st, there were a number of questions that the council members asked. And so on the next couple of slides, I just want to go through those questions so that way we can make sure that everyone has a clear understanding of the information that's in your packet, but then also just to lift it up for transparency to the public. Next slide. So one of the first questions that was asked was regarding the valuation of the Chevron refinery. There was a Public Records Act request submitted to the county assessor. And one of the things that came back is that the county assessor primarily uses the income approach, but it wasn't, but we also thought that based on the letter, we should submit another correspondence to the county assessor to ask for greater, more detailed information. It may not be disclosed, but we did want to lift up that in fiscal year 2021, the Chevron valuation was $3 billion, and in 21-22, it was $2.7 billion. So if we're keeping with that current thought, given the current rate of oil and crude prices, we would expect that fiscal year 22-23 would see a significant increase. So we'll be sure to keep the City Council apprised of that correspondence. And if we hear any additional information from the county assessor, as this decrease in the property tax is for Chevron did have a significant impact on our revenue estimates. Next slide, please. The slide here, there was a question about where did the money come from to fund the balance or to close the gap in the budget. And I think one of the things that we do want to lift up is that there were some issues with the definitions and the different types of nomenclature that was used in the budget. And just for full transparency and clarity, what we've been able to ascertain is that there was $5.5 million that was set aside, and that we currently have a $2.4 million projected surplus. And so this is just what's projected at this time, because all of the revenues have not come in for Measure U. And so we could have greater Measure U revenue or less revenue. We could also have greater expenditures, depending, for example, on how inflation continues to impact the city's budget in terms of procurement for goods when we try to make repairs and so forth. So at this juncture, we're planning for a $2.4 million surplus. And in the coming months, we'll continue to keep you apprised of how things are progressing. But one thing to note is that we certainly have our general fund budget is significantly increasing. We're at $195 million in expenditures. And so that's pretty significant. And we're really pleased that we have this amount of resources to provide services to our community. Next slide. This slide here is meant to really be a summary to outline the question before us, and it also is a timetable. So relative, if to make this as simple as possible, if you take column A and you add it to column B, so if you add the 15.5 million and 5.3 million, then that gets us to column C, which is 20.8 million. And then at the end of the fiscal year, which you received on February 15th, if you take that 20.9 and you subtract a 15.3, then that's how we end up with the 5.5 of available set-asides that are being used in the current fiscal year 21-22 budget. So this slide is really meant to illustrate over time how funds were allocated by the City Council and how they were utilized. One of the things that we've had a number of questions about was the RHA liability and debt. And so I believe in the administrative record dating back to at least 2018, we began talking about the amount of debt that the Housing Authority owed the city. And so we went through a very comprehensive process with HUD. They hired CVR to complete a report. And so for a number of years, we were essentially going back and forth with HUD, trying to fully determine what was the amount that HUD was going to acknowledge could be repaid from RHA. As you can imagine, negotiating with the federal government is really easy, and they were really amenable to all of our requests. Yes and no. They did agree that we're going to be able to keep the administration building where Richmond Build operates. But they did conclude that $10.4 million of RHA debt, and our auditors concurred that $10.4 million could not be repaid. And so as a result of that, staff did implement the auditor's recommendations. In retrospect, staff should have come to the City Council earlier, and there should have been a more explicit request for there to be a reserve allocation to assist in a total write-down of 10.4 million. The City Council approved 3 million on June 21st and 3.1 million on October 26th for a total of 6.1. But then subsequently, based on the auditor's recommendations, because we wanted to make sure that we didn't have any findings as we're preparing for the state audits, staff did move forward with an additional 4.3. And so we'll be coming back to you all in April to further operationalize this item. But staff thought it was prudent to move in this direction. And in the future, we will make sure that information is communicated in a more timely manner and a more transparent manner. Next slide. There was a question pertaining to the funds that are used for each pensions, for each bargaining unit's pensions. And so those are the numbers before you. You can see that last year for fiscal year 2021, the total expenditure were nearly $35 million. And there it is outlined by bargaining unit. Next slide, please. There was a question also regarding the $2.3 million that were set aside for one-time payments and if those funds were actually expended. So at this juncture, it's estimated that approximately it's estimated that approximately 1.8 million of the 2.3 million that was originally budgeted for general fund one-time payments to staff were expended. And that's because we have a number of staff that are also non-general fund positions. And so it's currently estimated that may be in the range of approximately 500,000. That's another item that is on the bucket list for DELMI to further analyze with staff in the coming months. Next slide. If you look at, there's been a lot of questions regarding the set aside for reimagining public safety and where do those funds come from? And so we think it's really important to clarify and lift up that none of those funds came from reserves. This is, there's been a total of $6.38 million that was identified by the City Council on June 29th. And you can see the amounts and the proposed expenditures on the slide before you. Next slide. As I mentioned before, we have a number of vacancies at this juncture, approximately 127 citywide, but we're still at 49% expenditures for salaries. And so there needs to be some additional analysis to determine why the expenditure rate is so high, given the number of vacancies, because that gives us a great deal of pause that that level is so high. So we'll be coming back to you with additional information. Next slide. I've been in conversation with our interim deputy city manager, Anil Camello, who also oversees HR, finance, and IT, and have received confirmation from him that the current part-time staff that we do have are under the auspices of the different MOUs, and they have specific requirements, many of whom are in the recreation programs, to enable part-time staff to provide direct service to Richmond residents. So my understanding is that we are in compliance, but if there's any concerns, we welcome opportunities to further discuss those. Next slide. One of the things that we have heard a great deal about is the need to improve the built environment. And so we certainly want to work with our Public Works Department to add additional staff. Right now, there are a total of approximately 18 positions that are in the recruitment phase in our Public Works Department. Next slide. There were questions about was there unused funding due to vacancies to be put back in the general fund? And was that, could that be allocated to bring up the reserve levels? So as part of it used to be called the CAFR, now it's called the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. The standard practices per the city's policies that any amount in excess of revenues over expenditures would be going to the reserve until we reach the policy reserve level of 15%. And so the City Council also adopted a number of policies on April 21st, 2021, and finance staff is working towards operationalizing those. Unfortunately, for full transparency, that is something that is a work in progress, and they are going to have to develop a work plan to better operationalize that City Council direction. Next slide. What is the difference between excess and reserve? So there was a lot of questions about this issue, this language at the last meeting. So excess is the difference between reserves exceeding expenditures. So if the city had an excess from fiscal year 2021, then that was allocated by the City Council for fiscal year 21-22. This usually in the past has not been something that's happened, but because there was a great deal of concern regarding COVID impacts, there was previously the previous city manager and previous finance staff did provide a more conservative outlook for the city's council's consideration, given the fact that that we were in COVID times and there was a great deal of uncertainty. Also, in terms of reserves, that's a component of the unassigned fund balance. And so that means it's not appropriated for any use. That means like it's not set aside for reimagining public safety or things like that. It's just completely unassigned. And so for fiscal year 2021, that amount is $22,477,829 is in the unassigned fund balance that calculates to approximately 22.5% of the fiscal year 21-22 budgeted general fund expenditures. So the entire unassigned fund balance is considered the reserve. Next slide. There was a question about the $1 million that was allocated for the Rapid Response Fund. There's been $600,000 allocated to the Ed Fund. There is also $100,000 for the RFP for strategic planning, governance, and structure, and another $300,000 for other housing initiatives. Next slide. So with that, this is the current update regarding the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget. I want to be thoughtful on time, and that is 10:37. I can certainly go through another 28 slides that were also provided in your packet But unless there are any additional questions, we respectfully request that the city council adopt the mid-year budget with the understanding that Delmy will be working with new staff have been joining the finance team as well as existing staff, and will continue to report back to you on a monthly basis.
Other questions from city council members so far? I don't see any questions. Are you going to go through the capital improvement budget also?
Not at this time. Most of the areas where we needed to make the significant adjustments were on the general fund revenues, and then for things that just weren't budgeted. So if there are no further questions, I would like to.
We have a question from Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yeah, so I'm getting it that you are unclear at this point why the expenditures are so high when one would expect them to be lower, given that we have so many vacancies. Is at least part of the answer, I may have read this in the staff report, that one-time funding for all employees, and how much was that figure again? And is that part of the reason for having more expenditures than one would expect?
Well, yes, there hasn't been, unfortunately, staff have not had the opportunity yet to drill down into the numbers. For example, as was previously noted, the one-time payments that were provided are in this period. In addition to that, there's a number of positions that receive grant funding. And so all of that hasn't had what we generally call like a true up. And so my expectation is that Delmy will work with payroll and accounting staff, probably Rhonda and Jerry, and bring back some additional information for the city council's consideration in April and May.
Was the figure of the one-time funding something like 2.3 million?
Yes, there was 2.3 million that was set aside from the general, that was set aside for the one-time payments, but the one-time payments are also part of that 49%. So they haven't had a chance to do the detailed analysis to figure out the offsets.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, I have a question, a quick question, but I just wanted to say thank you so much for the detail of this. I think it has been really good to have all this information, and glad that many of the questions are answered, and you went through that. I have a question about on the package. You say actual use for one-time compensation may be different than 2.3 million. Can you explain more about that and what is happening right now with the city in terms of why this could be different?
Right. So what previously took place is there was a set aside for $2.3 million for one-time payments. And those one-time payments were provided to staff as part of council approved items. And so the way that it was originally articulated, it was as if all city employees are general fund employees, but some city employees are not actually paid out of general fund. So for example, like in employment and training, we have a lot of staff that are grant funded, but it may be, for example, in a particular grant, if we indicated that the salary for a certain staff person would be reimbursed at a certain rate from a grant, then we would probably need to go backfill and take those one-time payments from the general fund, even though those employees are non-general fund. So right now, it's estimated that there's approximately 500,000. That is the difference between the general fund and non-general fund positions. And that analysis is in progress.
Is this also has to be with the Me Too clauses?
I would say that at this juncture, there is a process that's going forward with the personnel board. There's an administrative process associated with that is currently in progress. And I
my
think
last question is that open to the public to know, or is being?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Oh, if it's open to the public, can you explain a little more so people know about what it is?
Sure. Or if I may, because ultimately that does roll up to me, I think, as part of the administrative hearing potentially. So if Anil is on the line, he is actually responsible as the HR personnel director for the charter for that scope of work. So that way we have a delineation between different roles. So Anil, can you go ahead and answer that question for Councilmember Jimenez?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council. There's a process in place for employees as well as unions to challenge city's decisions. In this case, the POA has, which is the Police Officers Association, has made an allegation and therefore is a grievance questioning the city's interpretation of one of its provisions. The POA in its contract has a provision, what's colloquially called Me Too. Such a clause usually allows a union to receive benefits or compensation of various kinds that have been granted to other groups. In this case, in this particular case, all employee bargaining groups of the city received for their members a sum of $3,800 and as one-time payments. The POA's position is that monies were owed to their members not just once, but for every single bargaining group that the city granted, any other bargaining group the city granted. And so the city, of course, is taking a position that interpretation is incorrect, and that difference of opinion, as it were, is now at the stage of the personnel board's review.
Can you explain a little more? And I'm sorry to take that. How many? So how many bargaining unions, or how much the RPOA is saying that the city's interpretation of in their interpretation of the Me Too, should the city give to them?
Yeah, so there are a couple of different issues that they're raising. One is that I just mentioned the $3,800, but there's more than that. They are also claiming a right to receive other monies that some of the non-safety groups have received. For example, non-safety groups received 5% that they'll be receiving in 2023, 4% in 2024, and another 4% in 25. That aside, the bargaining groups, each of them received $3,800. So since they are one of 8 bargaining groups, they claim right to receive one for each of the groups. Forgive me if I've not done the math, but I did the math before, but it's about $13,000, as I recall, just on the $3,800. Do I have the math right? It's 38 by 7, whatever that number is. And then separate from that, there's a separate claim, but this is the immediate claim, since the others are not triggered into effect yet.
Thank you.
So sorry, it's 26,600, excuse me.
Councilor McLaughlin, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to have it clarified that you're talking about 26,000 per member of the RPOA that they think they should have as this one-time payment. And then
that is correct.
And then you're also talking about the 5%, 4%, and 4% that the non-safety units got starting in, or will get starting in 2023. So they think they should get 5% based on each unit that got 5%. So that could bring it up to like 15% or something. Is that correct?
I've not kept up with the latest interpretation, but yes, that's the logic.
So it's quite a quite a stretch, in my view, for them to interpret it that way.
Well, the city certainly disagrees with that interpretation.
Thank you, Neil.
Okay, well, you know, it's sort of related to this, but I just have one complaint. And that is that no, as far as I know, no city council member has ever been allowed to see the class and comp study. And I think it's really wrong for city staff to keep that secret. You know, the whole idea was that it would help us evaluate whether or not our employees were being paid at a market rate or not. And, you know, that was promised us almost a year ago. And city staff is still sitting on it. And, you know, if we don't get that soon, I'm gonna bring an item to the city council agenda to force staff to share it with us. I might put it on the next couple of weeks if I don't see some movement.
Mayor, but we share your frustration. We have asked the consultant to develop 3 implementation options for the city council's consideration. We also need to have accurate costing of the options. And so I believe that Delmy is going to be able to help us with that charge.
Well, I hope so. I'm tired of waiting on it. Councilmember Willis.
I agree.
No, I was just gonna take responsibility on my behalf personally, even though this was a majority vote of the council, that we didn't get the class and comp study done back in 2020 due to the fact we went through a number of budget items, and that was one of them that we took off to avoid a layoff. So I know we were supposed to talk about it in 2020, then since then we've had other issues come up, but I guess in your estimation, Shasa, how long do you think, what is a reasonable timeline for us to get the class and comp study done, hopefully by this year, of course?
Our plan for staff is as soon as the consultants and finance staff have had a chance to review and confirm the analysis in terms of the implementation costs, we'll bring that item to city council in closed session, where we would ask you to approve the next steps, which would include sharing the information with the public and enabling us to go through the process of meeting and conferring with the unions to implement it, along with updating the job descriptions. So our goal would be to do that as expeditiously as possible. And I do understand and share everyone's frustration. I certainly think it will help improve morale once that information is publicly available and we have an agreed upon implementation plan.
And just a quick follow-up, do you think, and, you know, I understand there's a process into this personally, but do you think we might be starting to have more conversations about that before or after our August recess?
Certainly before.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so you're looking for a motion to approve this, right?
Yes.
Somebody want to make a motion?
Public speakers.
There is a speaker, yes.
Yes.
Somebody want to make a motion?
So there's a public speaker.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, let's call public speakers.
Okay, I have one speaker by the name of John Varga. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you very much, and I'll keep it short. It's my privilege again to speak with you on behalf of the members of IFPTE Local 21, the hardworking Richmond workers here in Richmond. Want to express our gratitude to interim city manager and all of the employees that worked so hard to put together this really impressive presentation, and to recommit to you all that, or reaffirm rather, our commitment to you all to seek revenue streams and other ways that the city of Richmond can continue to provide the standard of services that residents of Richmond have grown accustomed to ensure that the workers of Richmond are paid adequately and commensurate with the other cities in the Bay Area, and also to ensure that our workforce remains strong and that we don't lose any of the dedicated and skilled workers, not only in our unit, but in all the units across the city. So thanks very much again for this presentation.
Thank you. And then I do have one more speaker. Deborah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Deborah? Deborah, if you could please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Deborah, if you could please unmute yourself. Can you hear me?
Yes, there's a little
Okay,
bit of
good.
feedback in
I
the
just
background.
wanted to.
I can hear you.
Okay, great.
Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, there's a little
Okay,
bit of
good.
feedback
I just wanted
Ma'am,
to.
if you have a
Okay, great.
TV on in the background, can you mute it? It's
Not sure why we're getting. Not sure why we're getting. Got it.
Okay. Hello?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so I just wanted to ask about on the budget, on the expenditures, on the difference between the actual spending versus what was expected based on vacancies. Do you have any data that shows how much of that is for unbudgeted overtime spending? Because I understood from the last report that we got from RPD that their actual spending for the year was $2 to $3 million over what they were budgeted. So I'm just wondering how much of that is for unbudgeted overtime, and I yield my time.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, now, do we have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, can we let the staff answer that question that it was asked for?
Well, if they have an answer, anybody want to answer it?
Yes, as part of the, thus far, I would like to commend Acting Chief Torona. So far, RPD, my understanding is on budget. We do have some additional requests from Chief Montoya, roughly $700,000. We did outline that in the staff report. We did have additional slides that were previously available, but where we are requesting an additional $913,000 total for additional expenditures, 208 for non-public safety, and approximately 700,000 for public safety for the Richmond Fire Department that are part of this mid-year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now do we have a motion?
I'll move the item.
Okay, motion by Johnson. Is there a second?
I second that.
Okay, second by Jimenez. So call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, next item is item Q1.
Thank you.
Item Q1, would you read that, please?
Yes, and also, Mayor, we are very close to 11 o'clock. Would you like to entertain a motion now to extend or just?
Yeah, we might as well. Yeah. Do we have is there a motion to extend the meeting past 11 o'clock?
I'll move to extend to the conclusion of Q1.
I second.
Okay, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, now would you read Q1, please?
Yes, item Q1 is to adopt a resolution of the City Council of Richmond, California in support of the people of Ukraine.
So this is my item. It's pretty self-explanatory. You know, I think our hearts all go out to the people of Ukraine. There's not a lot we can do as a city, but we can express support, and I think it's still up there. We did put the Ukraine flag up on our flagpole a couple of weeks ago. So are there any questions? Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, I just want to make a comment. I condemn this war and all the forces that have caused it, and I call for an immediate ceasefire and for a diplomatic solution of this conflict. But I cannot agree with the way this resolution is written. The discussion of each of the inaccurate and overly broad points listed in the resolution would take us all night and beyond. Therefore, again, I strongly condemn this war in Ukraine and all the forces and factors that created it. Those are my thoughts on this item.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, I'm not gonna debate the specifics about the resolution. I'll just say thanks for the acknowledgement. It's important. It's been heartbreaking and wrenching just to see news every single day, and especially just hearing about some of the consequences of racism that's been happening, where people of color haven't been able to evacuate out of Ukraine and even being asked to fight. That just, it's unspeakable. And just for those reasons alone, I'm supporting the resolution on principle, just saying we need to support the people, get out of this get a ceasefire, and also do what we can, not only just as supporters, but just to see the rebuild so people can come back home in a safe way, because it's just diabolically horrific. So thank you for the acknowledgement of the resolution, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? I'll move the item. Is there a second?
We have public speakers, Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Sorry. Okay, let's call public speakers.
Okay, I have 3 public speakers. I have Mark Wasberg, Jesse Turan, and Deborah. Mark Wasberg, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, it nothing about race, man. Okay, you always got to bring race in this dumb stuff. There's hardly any black or Mexicans or any other races over there in Ukraine. It's mostly almost all white. Ever since Joe Biden became president, man, the whole world's been all screwed up, man. Because Putin knows that he's weak. He can't do nothing. He's a coward. He's a weak person. If Trump was in office, this would never even happen. Trump would have all kinds of forces over there kicking the crap out of Russia. And now you're going to have China's going to want to invade Taiwan. See, Biden's just a weakling. Sure, it's sad what's going on there. You see all these children getting killed. You get a pregnant mother was killed with their unborn baby. But the bottom line is the reason why he's doing this because he wants the Ukraine back. He wants to take back all the countries that he lost during this Russia revolution. And see, this is what happens when they do not join NATO. If there was joining NATO, this would never happen because almost the whole world would have ganged up on Russia. You see what I'm saying? But like I say, man, it's sad, but like I said again, if Trump was in office, this would never happen. Joe Biden ain't but a weakling and a coward. He's just one big idiot, and you American people put this idiot into office. And McLaughlin, you talking out of your ass, say you command and cease fire. You don't know what the hell you're talking about, you pig. Yield my time.
Next speaker is Jesse Turan. Jesse, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
So I run a food donation kiosk here on Ryden Road for homeless and low-income people. And one of the people who comes to my donation kiosk quite a bit is a woman she's from Ukraine. She lives here in Richmond. She and her 3 boys live in a 1-room bedroom that they rent from a woman who has an apartment here. She tells me that she sees from her Facebook pages that her family is putting up that in Ukraine, there's no food. There's no food. People are starving. And the humanitarian efforts that people are claiming, our government and these nonprofit organizations are claiming they're sending food over there, but there's no food. They're just keeping the money. And no supplies are getting to Ukraine at all. Although, oddly enough, guns are getting there. The US government is able to supply guns, but no food. I don't know if this is possible, but I just thought maybe we could send by mail some sort of dry goods over to Ukraine, or there could be a food drive, and send the food by mail to Ukraine, just to get it there, just to help these people. It wouldn't even cost very much money. It would just be people doing it to help other people. Because the humanitarian and nonprofit aid groups with the millions of dollars aren't doing anything. And I just wanted to put that out there. Thanks. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Deborah. Deborah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I have many friends in Kiev, Ukraine, because I've spent a fair amount of time over the last 2 decades working with civil society leaders in Eastern Europe. And so my heart is with those people. And at the same time, I have to acknowledge the difference in response between the Russian aggression in Ukraine and the Russian aggression in Aleppo in Syria. My son has a classmate at his school, cannot go back, who's been victim of some of the same kind of violence that we're seeing in Ukraine. And so my only request is that we can actually demonstrate the same level of caring and humanity for all people who are victims of aggression, not just the ones that are politically popular. And that means caring about the millions of people in sub-Saharan Africa that are facing drought, that are dealing with political instability, looking at the consequences of the people we left behind in Afghanistan, in Syria, and not last but not least, the continuing problem that we have with people coming to the border from Latin America, from countries that we have destabilized, who are also facing violence and homelessness, etc. I am all for the support that we're showing Ukraine, but let's not pretend that this is not a universal problem, and let's show the same level of compassion for people of color who are suffering from the same problems. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, thank you. So now, so I made a motion to adopt this resolution. Is there a second?
Second it.
Okay, second by Willis. So Councilmember Jimenez, you have a hand up. You want to say something before we vote?
Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge the comment of the last speaker, and will say, and I support this resolution, but I also had to acknowledge that I would love this body and us to really walk our talk in terms of supporting people of color and other situations like the ones that Deborah Small mentioned. Thank you.
Okay, would you call the roll, please, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin, Councilmember McLaughlin, Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember McLaughlin absent.
Okay, now I believe the motion we had was to finish Q1. Does anybody want to take up anything else, or do you want to end the meeting?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I got disconnected during the open forum, and I'd like to make a quick presentation. And what I wanted to say in open forum was that Mrs. Mackenzie Scott, who is the ex-wife of Mr. Jeff Bezos, has announced she has given away another $2.7 billion to charity. Considering the number of charitable needs within the city of Richmond, I recommend the city submit a request for some of these funds. And requests should include programs for the homeless, funds to build low-income housing on various infill lots throughout the city, youth program and additional programs or project as deemed appropriate by the mayor, city council, and staff. And as obvious, Mrs. Scott is serious as a humanitarian, and we should pursue this charitable opportunity. And I would recommend that staff work with the council and the mayor to do just that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So again, what's your pleasure? Do you want to conclude this meeting now or take up any additional items?
Move we adjourn.
Memorials?
I'm sorry, Councilor
Are
Will.
there any memorials before we adjourn?
Of course.
Mayor, but there, unless you want us to continue it to the next meeting in April, the Terminal 1 developer is here, and PG&E is here. But we're happy to continue these items in April if that's the council's request.
I'm not seeing a lot of enthusiasm, so I think it's,
Okay.
I think the order is to continue them. So before we adjourn, does anybody have any memorials? Okay, I don't see any. I don't hear any.
I don't have any memorials, Mr. Mayor, but I would recommend strongly that this council get some organizational structure where we take care of business. Now, we've taken about almost an hour on issues that were unrelated to running the city. We had this Terminal 1 that deals with money. We had other projects. We need a priority in terms of taking care of business. We shouldn't have our business people waiting all night and then we continue because we don't have time to finish up. And it's not a good idea to try to rush through things at the last minute. So I'm suggesting, Mr. Mayor, this council, you organize and help us to come up with a structure where we don't get diverted with a lot of unnecessary information and discussion.
Well, it's not so much the structure, Councilmember Bates, it's the yak. So with that, I declare this meeting adjourned.
Good night.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Right.